All right, what is going on? You there?
Yeah, sorry. What's going on?
Oh, it's finally day two.
We are we are ready for day two.
Man.
More, more than most, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots aren't the only team though that traded out. I mean, I guess they were the only team that actually traded out of the first round, but they weren't the only team that didn't
Didn't make
have
a
a first
selection.
pick. Right, there were
It
like
was
four or five
Indianapolis,
teams.
Pitts. It was Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Chicago, New England, and Houston that didn't make a selection in the
Right,
first round.
and they're all going to make at least one pick tonight.
Exactly, exactly. And I'm currently writing an article for our website, but as it stands right now, I mean, you look at some of the deals that were made. Um, Houston traded away this pick for Laramie Tunsil, who just recently got an extension as recent as this morning. 3 years, $66 million extension to be the left tackle to protect Deshaun Watson. They're going to have him for at least the next 3 years. So, it's a good move on their part. The Colts traded their selection for DeForest Buckner. The Steelers got Minka Fitzpatrick, who, by the way, had 6 interceptions once he got to Pittsburgh. Um,
Yeah, I mean, but that was like
the
week two, so pretty much the full season, right?
Yeah, it wasn't week two, but he had more than half the season. Um, the Patriots traded out last night, as everybody saw from uh,
23.
watching us and the telecast. They acquired a second and third round pick for their first round selection, and the Bears. This is the final piece from their trade of acquiring Khalil Mack from the Raiders. So, I mean, everybody got something, right? You know, one of the pieces is that this is a very deep class. Every team got something. Um, it's just a tough class to miss out on a first round pick for. That's all.
It is, but I mean, if we look at everybody that drafted last night, there were some surprises, without a doubt.
Oh, for
I
sure.
think there were a few more corners than we expected. Maybe Josh Jones dropped, and there was Isaiah Wilson was taken. So kind of we expected the number of tackles to be taken, but not the names. And so
Yeah.
and no safeties were taken. There are so many names available that could have been first round talent, and that's why this is one of the best draft classes of all time. Because we're even going to go into the third round with first round draft talent, without a doubt. There's going to be a few names there. Uh,
No, for sure. And I think you look at some of the names that were also taken that kind of scratch some heads. You look at the Eagles taking Jalen Rieger. Um, Obviously there's T. Higgins is still on the board, and there's a couple other receivers that might have been a better selection. Justin Jefferson was on the board at that time, or what? Or he might not have been.
What pick for Jalen Rieger? He was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was. I thought so. And everybody thought he was going to go to Philadelphia, so
yeah,
it's kind
that
of
was quite a surprise. Yeah, and
for
then
sure. But the other one that really kind of blew everyone's mind, I think, was Jordan Love going to the Packers.
horrible move.
No, nobody really knows what's going on in Green Bay, and I think it might be a fracture between the front office and the coaching staff of trying to make things happen. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers isn't a spring chicken anymore, but uh, I mean,
Well,
even having go ahead.
the funny thing is, Aaron Rodgers said just last night, the Packers haven't drafted a positional player in 15 years in the first round. And what do? They go get Jordan Love. What when a guy like Aaron Rodgers just signed a new contract who has 4 more years left with the Packers, you now go get a guy that has maximum 5 years on his contract. He's going to now sit behind the future Hall of Famer for 4 years and have his last year of his contract to prove that he is worth being their franchise, worth them taking that risk. That you don't in a draft class like this, you do not give up all of that when you could have gotten him a solid target. They have made no progress so far making this into an even better team from last year. And it seems like the NFC around them has gotten better as a whole, and they've kind of stayed stagnant. Yeah, they brought in Christian Kirksey, but their linebackers were already pretty stout with the Smith brothers.
Yeah,
They haven't really done much. They got Devin Funches, but he sat out all last season with an injury. We haven't seen him since he was with Carolina Panther, so we don't really know what we're gonna get from him. So there really isn't much. Packers lost Jimmy Graham. They haven't filled that position. They don't have a true tight end right now.
I mean they haven't used the tight end in God knows how long.
But it's always a security blanket for Aaron Rodgers, and I think he's always had somebody there that he can rely on. It used to be Richard Rodgers, then it was Jimmy Graham. Now there's really nobody. Like I believe they had Michael Kendricks, but is that somebody that you really trust? He's a guy who's had violations in the NFL. He's had injuries in the NFL, so not exactly the most reliable person. Uh, I mean, they could definitely make some splashes tonight, and I think they have to if they want to get back in the good graces of Aaron Rodgers. Because I know I've heard some pretty not nice things about Aaron Rodgers and how he deals with certain players. And now that he has to take the number one pick from this year and teach him for the next first 2, 3, 4 years, I can't imagine he's too happy with that.
No, not at all. And when you take a player in the first round, you want them to be making an immediate impact for your football team. I mean that's what the first round has been built up as, and um, it Jordan Love isn't making an immediate impact, and he won't be making an impact at least for 2 years, possibly up to 4 years, um, if ever. Honestly, I mean it could be to the point where he doesn't work out. I really don't. I don't understand the pick, and I just if you're looking for the biggest head scratch of the draft, I think I mean they've given it to us for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I there's a couple teams that I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do. Starting off with the Bengals, they still have pretty decent amount of holes to fill. They have safeties. They could use another receiver. Um, they they're pretty set at running back with Mixon and Bernard, so I don't think they need to go there. Even though we only saw one running back taken last night, so they could
Which was also
probably
a surprise, by the
yeah
way.
that was a surprise. They could possibly use a left tackle. Josh Jones is there. I know he mostly played on the right side, but he's still a solid tackle who has a bright future in the NFL. Um, they could use a linebacker. Zach Bond's there. There's a lot that they could do. They spent a lot of money on guys like DJ Reader and Trey Waynes. Uh, they definitely overpaid this offseason, but they ended up getting the guys they wanted. So I guess at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. And if they think they're going to work out, then I'd assume that they have a plan in mind that's going to help that out, help that situation, help those players develop even more.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
we got the Colts, who didn't have first round pick. They got DeForest Buckner instead, gave their pick to the 49ers. And now they have the 34 and 44. Two of the top 12 picks in the second round. They can go out. They can get another big weapon for Philip Rivers, their brand new quarterback. They have a pretty solid line. They might want to get an interior guy or a tackle to completely solidify that. But it's truly an upgrade from what Philip Rivers was dealing with last year. So I don't think he's really complaining about the weapons, the protection he has right now.
So, as of just earlier today, the Bengals and the Colts are both looking to trade out of their second round selections. Um, they're looking to acquire more draft capital. So Tom Pelissero from NFL Network reported that the Bengals are trying to move out of 34, and now the Bengals, as of an hour ago, have been fielding phone calls um, to give up their spot and gain more capital in the later rounds for tonight. So the third round or late second round.
I'd be interested to see who would go up to the 33 and 34 because that's a high price to pay. That's a near first round pick.
Yeah, I mean 33 is essentially a first round. Like you had all night to kind of regroup and regather, and this is where you're thinking that that this is where the rest you have the rest of the board open to you, and you can kind of dictate how things go from here.
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see maybe a team like the Packers who didn't really make a splash yesterday. Maybe they're trying to move up and actually get some weapons either on the offense or um, help that defense out a little bit.
absolutely. Yeah. No, there's some really big names. I think that should definitely go pretty early. Zach Bond, Xavier McKinney, AJ Epinesa, Yetur Gross Matos. These are all guys that we definitely had projected. A lot of people had projected in the first round, and
Yeah.
I can't say it's a true shock to see them fall to the second to day two, only because there's so many people that are worthy of those spots as well. There's just too many. There's more than 32 selections that should have been in the first round, and there's people that are gonna have to drop, and it just happens to be these guys. Now we only saw one edge guy go, and that was Caleb Von Chason. He was the only true edge rusher. We had Derek Brown and Javon Kinlaw, who are pure defensive tackles.
Well, no. Don't forget about number 2 over there, Chase Young.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, Chase Young, he's a defensive end. I don't even consider him an edge guy, but Caleb Von Chason, he's an edge guy. He can play linebacker. He can play D end. He has the potential to be a Jadeveon Clowney type.
Hmm.
So he has that versatility. Now you look at guys like AJ Epinesa and Gross Matos, who Epinesa is more of a pure defensive end just because of his size. He's not that quick. He's gonna he's a strong hand fighter. He's gonna work down in the trenches more, and that's where he's gonna have his strengths. Matos though, he's a very long guy. He has that Ezekiel Ansah type body, and I don't want to keep going back to Ansah because that's kind of slighting him a little bit. Ansah, when he first came into this league, he was a top 10 pick, and he came out of the gate strong. He had a ton of sacks with the Lions. He really looked like he was going to develop into something a great player. But now, yeah, I don't know if it was just a lack of development on the part of his coaching staff or he just dropped off physically or mentally. But we can't say the same for Matos. There's a chance that he will develop into what Ansah was supposed to be. There's a chance that he has that 6'5" frame, long, lean, He can swim around, zip around. He has great speed. He can cover if you really need him to. So there's a lot of ups, a lot of positives for Matos. And it was, I think, a little bit surprising for me at least to see him drop.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you talk about some of those pass rushers. Um, you know, it's typical of NFL teams to kind of overvalue pass rusher a little bit. When you think about how you want to build a franchise, you want that quarterback, and then you want somebody who can rush the quarterback. Those are your first two positions that you want to address. And I would assume that with the lack of attention that pass rushers got last night, I think you're going to see an overcompensation tonight, maybe more than what we expect is going to actually be drafted. And I think that's something to look out for sure.
It's definitely possible. I I think for the most part we saw a lot of offense go yesterday. I'd expect more defense to go today. Yeah, especially in the second round, we've got all these safeties. I'd say we're gonna see minimum three safeties taken with we've got Xavier McKinney, Grant Delpit, and Antoine Winfield Jr. Then we also have Ashton Davis, who's super speedy, kind of a great ball recognition, play recognition. He's still a developmental player. He only had 3 seasons, or really 2.5 seasons starting at Cal. So he's gonna, he's got great physical traits. He was a track star in college. Having a guy like that will definitely pay dividends for whoever drafts him. And then you've got guys like Kyle Duger, who are coming over from Division II, Lenore Ryan University. Uh, because he's coming from a smaller school that no one really knows about, there isn't much tape on him. Scouts weren't really paying too much attention to him, but he really excelled at the combine. That's where he really made a name for himself. And he's a guy that's quickly rising up on draft boards. And I think that's somebody that could go in round two, definitely in round three though.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, I think right now it's gonna be. It's still about need. It's not best player available right now. Um, just because you know you're looking at somebody who needs to still be a contributor pretty early on. These aren't project players. These are players that can come in and truly make a splash for your team right now. So um, it's going to be interesting to see again. A lot of these teams what they think they need versus what I guess you know everyone else thinks they need. You look at a team like I can't bludgeon them too much, but the Packers, thinking that they need a quarterback in the first round. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, for sure by any stretch. And if they continue on that path, I really don't know what that holds for the rest of their draft because, or the Seahawks. That was another one, right? So if you looked at Seattle, taking Jordan Brooks at linebacker, I mean they just padded a position that they already had plenty of depth in, and I don't know what it's going to take for John Schneider and Pete Carroll to truly protect Russell Wilson. Honestly, I think it's going to take him getting hurt before they start making some sacrifices and actually getting him protection because at this point he's still scrambling and their season finished in January. So
Well,
I,
I
I
mean,
I really just don't know what else to do.
I think the saving grace for the Seahawks is there are some pretty big names. I don't know. I don't remember exactly where they're drafting in the second round. Let me take a peek here. So they will be drafting.
You can just follow our ticker too.
I can. Um, so they're drafting 59th. So they got to wait till the back end of the second round to draft. I don't think they have too much draft capital to move up in the second round. So they're probably going to stay pat. Um, Josh Jones by that point will probably be gone. Lloyd Cushenberry, solid interior offensive
Be
lineman,
gone.
will probably be gone. Ezra Cleveland might be there. He's a 6'6" tackle, very technically sound. He could be there, but there's a chance he's taken. Um, There are multiple teams with offensive line needs. They just happen to have one of the biggest needs, and they didn't seem to do anything in free agency, like you said, and nothing
Free
last night.
agency or last night. I
Yeah.
mean, they could have gone after Cesar Ruiz,
Well, Cesar was gone before them, I believe.
but they could have made a play. I mean,
They could have.
there's no reason that he was gone, or there's no reason they couldn't have gone up and taken Josh Jones, or they didn't have to go up. They could have taken him at their position, or gone after somebody like um, you know, I'm trying to say Jedrick Wills or Tristan Wirfs. I mean, those guys fell. I think that's when you see them starting to fall.
Right,
That
but I think that,
you have to start pouncing.
and I think that's where you really have to think they don't have the draft capital. And when you look at their roster, they're pretty thin. If you give up one of their players, it has to be a good one. Yeah, unless they're going to give up draft capital for next year. They'd have to. If you're going to go from, I believe they picked 27th or 28th, and you're going to move up to the, 13th, 12th, 13th pick, you have to give up at least your first and a second next year, possibly two firsts. And I don't know. I don't know if the Seahawks are really willing to do that. That they'd rather hold up. And I think we can't really forget that there are a few decent tackles in free agency still that didn't go in the first wave because
Jason Peters is still there.
Jason Peters is there. The tackle from the Bengals last year, former
Cordy Glenn.
Cordy Glenn, he's still solid. He had a bad rapport with the front office and coaching staff in Cincinnati, and that's why he fell off from his days with Buffalo. He's still a solid left tackle. He just needs to, be in a better scheme, better fit for himself. People he actually trusts and wants to be around. That definitely has a huge impact on how people play.
Oh,
So
for sure.
they can, if they need to, they can definitely make a splash in free agency once it's all over. If they do that, though, you're going to lose out on. I mean, now looking at it, Jordan Brooks. That means where does Jadeveon Clowney fit? They said they would be interested in bringing him back. I think that door is closed.
I thought that door was closed even after they said that. I just didn't think that there was enough there from Clowney's standpoint to want to go back. Um, I think that they're planning for life without him from now on, uh, which is, I mean, a tough pill to swallow because they gave up a decent chunk of change to go get him from Houston, and it only panned out for a year.
Right.
It's buyers beware because this is what happens, right? You talk about players that don't re-sign with the teams that trade for them. Look at San Francisco. They might have let Emmanuel Sanders walk, but he also had no interest in going back. So even if they did want to retain his services, he was gone.
Yeah. Absolutely. So
So
the it'll be interesting what some of these teams do, and then, as we talked about earlier, we've got teams like the Rams, the Steelers, the Texans that are making their first picks now. Let's go like team by team. So the Rams, what are their needs? And I mean their first pick is at 57 tonight. So again, back end. I'm sorry. They have two picks in the second round. So they have the 52nd and the 57th. So pretty close to each other.
yeah,
Could be.
I think they need some uh, offensive weapon help. Todd
Well,
Gurley clearly isn't the same.
yeah. That second round pick came from the Texans, I believe, from for Brandon Cooks, right? So
Yeah, probably.
so they need to replace Brandon Cooks. The small guys are gone. Brandon Ayuk, Jalen Rieger, they're gone.
Yeah.
They could go for a guy like T. Higgins, go for a bigger body that Jared Goff can throw to.
I mean, Cooper Cup can be the smaller body.
Well, they
He's not a big guy,
no,
right? He's not going.
he's still like I think he's still like 6'1", 6'2", and then you got Robert Woods who's about 6'2". You had a guy like Denzel Mims who's 6'3", ran a sub 4.4. You got T Higgins who's 6'3", great separation. That a guy like that could definitely pay dividends. Or if they really want to, they don't have too many holes. So what they could do is package these picks up. These two twos move up. They could definitely move up into the 33rd pick and get whoever they want tonight.
I mean, they could go up and get DeAndre Swift. They could go up and
Yeah, they
get
need a running back.
either
Exactly.
J.K. Dobbins
hmm
or I'm blanking on the last running back that's available.
Uh, Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor. There. I mean,
And then speaking of J.K. and
Todd Gurley's not going to last too much longer. That knee is a major concern, and you know, it's
No, and I expect the Falcons to get somebody to subset that workload tonight.
Billions.
Possible. No, no, no. Todd Gurley's with the Falcons
No, I know, but okay, I see what you're saying.
because they don't have that running. I can't remember his name. The Falcons running back from last year.
Tevin
Um,
Coleman. Not
Not Desmond.
Devontae Freeman.
Devontae Freeman. He's still a free agent, but again, they cut him for salary cap reasons. They wanted to save about $5 million. So now you're looking at a guy like possibly J.K. Dobbins, who could definitely offset Todd Gurley, different running styles. You could even wait until the third round, get a guy like Cam Akers, A.J. Dillon. There's so many running backs in this draft, and running backs for the most part, you can get them in any draft. You can consistently get a solid running back every year in the draft and not pay too much for him.
Yeah, running backs are pretty plug and play at this point.
That's why they don't last in this league. That's why they don't get paid because you don't need to pay them. There's always another guy that's cheaper and plays nearly the same or
unless you
better.
have a top five running back like Saquon Barkley or Ezekiel Elliott, one of those guys, um, it's really not worth it. Like, look, the Chargers were easily able to move on from Melvin Gordon. They just didn't value him at the same way that he valued himself, and they said, okay, like they don't care that he went to a division rival because he's not going to be there for too long. I mean, he was with the Chargers for 5 years, and now he's got what 4 more years left, and that's it. It's not
Right.
it's not a quarterback. It's not a defensive end that can these guys aren't going to ruin your entire game plan.
I mean, when you really look at when you value each position, you have your quarterbacks, then you have the guys that get to the quarterback, and then it kind of drops off from there. You have your pass protectors, the guys who protect your quarterback. Then you have your corners, your safeties, your linebackers. Running backs are at the bottom of the totem pole. They're right there with fullbacks. They have a purpose more so than fullbacks, but there's just they're easier to come by. You don't need them. You know, you're always going to have multiple of them on your team, so you don't need to have one that's far superior than the other. If one can't do the job, the other one probably can. And we've seen that time and time again. How many teams now have three-headed monsters or a one-two punch? They're everywhere. The Patriots have five average running backs. And then they just seem to draft one every year. Uh, the Vikings, they lost I believe they lost McKissick a few years ago. Then they lost a running back to the 49ers. Then they had Dalvin Cook. We saw what he did last year. He got hurt towards at the very end. Mackenzie Alexander is right there to back him up. There's guys everywhere. Todd Gurley got hurt. Malcolm Brown was there to back him up, and then they drafted another guy last year. There's always somebody else when it comes to running
Look
backs.
at the Seahawks. They went through what 4 of them last
they
year.
and they brought back Marshawn Lynch at the very end.
He was able to just come out of retirement, plug and play.
There's guys like C.J. Anderson who played in the Super Bowl with the Broncos, who had a great career, and when he came back with the Rams to go for that Super Bowl run, he was outstanding. And where was he last year? At home playing video games for people online. There's people everywhere. There's never a shortage of running backs. That position can be filled at any point, any time. So if that's one of your holes, fine. Pick and choose a time when you want to fill that. It doesn't have to be right now.
For sure.
Another position that we're probably going to see, I'd say 3 or 4 of them taken tonight, tight ends. Now, when that's going to happen, when that's going to start to go, Who knows? Cole Kmet is clearly the first and best tight end in the draft. He's a big body. He's kind of like a Tyler Eifert style tight end, where he's gonna help you in the run game. He's not that fast, but he has pretty good hands. He's just a bulky guy who's gonna outbody you in most situations, whatever, any most linebackers or safeties. After that, then it kind of gets into kind of niche tight ends. Albert O, who is tall but super fast, not going to help you in the run game. It seems like that's the trend of new tight ends. They're speedy, but they're not going to help you. They're only one dimensional. They can't help in the pass protection. They can't help in run protection. And then you've got guys like um, the Harrison Bryant, Bryce Hopkins. Uh, I think his name is Dave Asiasi. There's so many mid tier guys, and
I see.
we'll see them go at some point. Um, but I've seen some mocks that have Cole Kmet going as late as the end of the third round. I would be very surprised if that happened. I definitely see him going mid second round, no farther than late second round, because he's definitely has a spot in the NFL. The other guys, though, if they don't fall into the right situation, their tenure in the NFL will be short lived.
Yeah, I mean, the tight end position has taken such a turn just in the last 10 years. Like, if you think of where we were 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago was the beginning of the Patriots implementing their two tight end system that really wasn't utilized prior to that, right? They drafted uh, Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, utilized that. Then you saw a lot of teams start to build up their tight end position. You saw Jimmy Graham come into the fold. You saw a lot of these former blockers, if you will, become pretty big staples in the passing game. And teams kind of figured out that the middle of the field was pretty weak in their defensive schemes, especially if the tight end was stretching the defense high. You had all that underneath room to work a slot receiver or something like that. So, you know, there we went from that to, well, now we just have the speedy guys, the guys that can stretch the defense, and they don't need to be run blockers because the run game has kind of gone away a little bit. Like, nobody's really paying attention to the running game, and now we're back to what the Ravens are doing and showing that a three tight end set can be used as swing tackles, if you will, and they're out there just bludgeoning smaller defensive ends and outside linebackers, and hell, even getting up to the third level and smacking safeties around because they're just big bodies being thrown around there, and that's why you see some of these tight end. It all depends on what your scheme is and what you want to do, because there's just so much that a tight end can do or not do for you. If it's not utilized right, like we've seen in Seattle and Green Bay, you can struggle. But if it is utilized right, like we've seen in New Orleans and New England, I think then you have a good shot at getting some good production.
Yeah. I mean, you just talked about Baltimore with their three tight ends last year. Now, Hayden Hurst was traded a few weeks ago to the Falcons for the second round pick they got from Mohamed Sanu. So now Hayden Hurst is a Falcon. The Baltimore Ravens have two second round picks. One of the first one. Uh, what if they use that to go get Cole Kmet if he's there? Now you've replaced that with an even stronger run blocker, and their run protection.
Your question was, what do? You cry because the Ravens don't need another tight end. I'm
Yeah.
looking at you, John Harbaugh. Please don't select another top tight end.
Now I don't
I
think
would cry.
I think that's definitely not their first option. They lost Marshall Yanda. That's a major hit for the Baltimore Ravens. They don't have another guard that can fill his shoes or come even close to that right now. The best option would be Lloyd Cushenberry. Will he be there when they select? It's going to be tough. They might have to package those picks up and make sure they get him to solidify that offensive line. Without having a really strong offensive line for Lamar Jackson to do his thing behind, he's not going to be the same run quarterback. He's not going to be the same player. He needs to have time when he's throwing the ball. He needs to have time even when he's running the ball so he can make his decisions when he's figuring out what holes to hit, if he needs to toss the ball or hold on to it, make sure he's not making mistakes. And Marshall Yanda, he might be interior, but future Hall of Famer, he had a huge impact. He was a leader for that offensive line. They definitely need to fix that before they go and get themselves another tight end.
For sure. I think that
I'm I'm actually I'm really
there's a
surprised they
lot of
didn't
holes.
fill. I'm surprised they didn't fill that last night. They had
Uh,
they got Patrick Queen last night. Great linebacker, but was defense was a need. But I think a lot of people can argue that offensive line that hole is way too big and that it's glaring at everybody.
yeah, I mean, there's still some great like there was only one interior offensive lineman taken last night, so I mean the odds for them to get the guy that they've set their sights on is pretty good still. They can still move up early in the second round and try to get a guy like Lloyd Cushenberry, um, who's a big body in the middle of that offensive line. He can, and he's played everything, literally from center, guard, and tackle on
Kind
both
of
sides of the ball.
kind of like Isaiah Wood, but bigger. He's like 6'5", 6'6". No,
Yeah, and much stronger.
yeah.
I mean, this guy is a manimal. So, uh, I you know they could go up and get him, especially if he starts to fall. You could see, some of these teams are reportedly trying to move back, including New England, who's been reportedly trying to acquire more draft capital for some odd reason. And you know, that they're sitting pretty at 37. That could be a position that John Harbaugh says, "Hey, I think we need to go fill the Yonda void right now." And Cushenberry's still there, and the Patriots are looking to move back. Let's give up some draft capital and go get the guy that we actually need. Especially because they don't have a lot of needs. Like you said, linebacker was a position that they needed to fill. They they
They
they
checked that
didn't
box.
they didn't fully fill it, but they got a huge upgrade.
Absolutely.
Um, why not go get the player that you want in the second round, and you still have some more draft capital to continue. And then free agency. After this is the other part. People think that it's the end all and be all with the draft. Free agency then continues from now until the start of the season, and even through the season, you're going to see a lot of players cut that you didn't think were going to be cut. There's always players that are traded still. So, I mean, this is just another piece of the puzzle. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, the area in which a team wins the Super Bowl, but many teams can lose the Super Bowl at this point in the stage for sure.
Yeah. We're finally kicking off. It looks like we're kicking off day two right now. The commissioner's speaking. I'll be interested to see if he's the one making the picks today. Usually he hands the job off. He only announces first round picks, but in the situation we're in, who else would it be handed off to? I don't expect him to make all 7 rounds worth of picks, but I wouldn't be surprised if he
Are
were to
you on?
if he were
Are
to.
you on the?
I'm on. Yeah, I'm watching the ESPN.
Okay.
So yep. So Cincinnati's on the clock. They have just over 6.5 minutes. So
Sorry, my my playback got messed up, and I was watching the pre-draft stuff still.
no, yeah, I might wanna.
I was like, we're supposed to be live. All right,
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna jump away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay. I think there was some talk that the Bengals were gonna move on from this pick, but I definitely think they have too many holes that they need to fill. They have safeties they could get. Xavier McKinney, huge guy. They could use another linebacker or two. Zach Bond's there. I wouldn't say they need a defensive end per se. They could get another tackle. Josh Jones is there. Get a weapon. Denzel Mims, T. Higgins. There's so many different options. I don't think they should pass up this opportunity. You just got your franchise quarterback in Joe Burrow. Now you need to get him, make sure he has all the weapons he wants, needs. Maybe even you lost Tyler Eifert. He went to Jacksonville. Maybe it's kind of a reach, but maybe Cole Kmet would would fill that void. Would give him a solid body. I know there's so many different options they could go here. I understand the reason. If Cincinnati, if one of these teams with two second round picks, or a second round and an early third would could entice them to trade back, but one of these top guys that are available could help Joe Burrow and the rest of the team immensely. I don't think they should really pass on this opportunity. Who is this? I think we're watching the player personnel, director of player personnel here.
Duke Tobin, yeah.
Yeah, so we still have just over 4.5 minutes. There's no picking yet. I'm sure they're taking their time. I'm sure they're fielding some calls right now. They have to be.
They're absolutely fielding calls, and like I said before, they were one of the teams that has said that they were trying to move back. I would be surprised if they do. Like I think you mentioned that as well.
Yeah.
Right now, I can see Xavier McKinney or Grant Delpit going. I think they need some safety help for sure.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean
I mean,
they still have
thinking
Jesse Bates. Jesse Bates is still a great young receiver, still in his rookie contract. You just
safety,
what I say?
receiver.
Oh yes, sorry. Safety. You just got Trey Waynes and was it Mackenzie Alexander?
Yeah, Mackenzie Alexander
So
from the Vikings.
why not go get even more help,
I mean, they
solidify?
could go get Ross Blacklock too.
Yeah, but they got DJ Reader. They paid him nearly $60 million this offseason.
It's true.
And you have Geno Atkins already. You don't need another defensive tackle. You're not running a 5-2. I don't know what year this is, but 5-2
I mean, against the
formations.
Ravens, you might want to.
Honestly, oh my
But
god.
that's the thing. It's like a player like Xavier McKinney or Grant Delpit could be a huge upgrade for them against a team like Baltimore, especially in the running game. Especially for Lamar Jackson, it would be a great position for them to play quarterback spy there and really just like allow for them to kind of run their defense and then have a guy that is able to keep up with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Uh, Zach Taylor, he's not on the phone. Duke Tobin, no, up they're high fiving. So
They've made a pick.
it looks like they've made a pick. Nothing official yet. No sign that the pick is in. Um, who is their general manager? I'm not actually sure. I know.
It's Duke Tobin.
It,
He's the leader.
did he take over? I know they had a general manager for the longest time. He was there from like 1991 to 2017.
Yeah.
It was
He was there.
incredible, and 29 seasons without a playoff win. I expect that to end within the next 3 years or so.
I want to hear what you guys have to say though. Let me know who you think the Bengals are going to take. Let me know, um, who you guys want your team to take. I know we talked a lot about it last night. But with the way the board is set up, I want to hear who you guys think that your team should be taking.
All right, the pick is in.
Showing a lot of T Higgins. I mean, he's not on the phone right now, but they've been showing a lot of T Higgins.
To me, that would be a surprise.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna go receiver just yet. I think they will address receiver sometime in the draft. Um,
I thought that.
I think they just want another wide receiver to count on, especially if AJ Green doesn't come back after this year. You're gonna have to have a position in place.
Hmm. Looks like they're gonna draw this out even further, just like they did last night. We went the first half hour without the commissioner announcing I mean, even kicking off the draft. We've got 60, 70 picks to go through tonight. I don't think we should be wasting much time. How much time? Now, what do they have? 7 minutes per draft per pick in the second round.
Yeah, I think it's 7. I wonder if this is gonna help John. Nick, if you see what John said, he said I'm about half the volume of what you are.
Okay. Nothing should have changed from last night.
All
But
right. First pick is in. T. Higgins, wide receiver from Clemson, going to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow. I mean, I love T. Higgins. I really, really love T. Higgins. He gets amazing separation. Honestly, he looks like AJ Green. I know they don't expect AJ Green to be there too much longer. They franchise tagged him. Uh, so this is his replacement. They want to make sure they have another AJ Green for the long haul. And
And that's exactly what I was just saying, is that I think that they were going to address receiver at some point, and they thought that this was the best time to do so. It'd be very interesting to see how he works together with AJ Green. It may keep AJ Green there, honestly.
yeah. Yep.
Showing some basketball highlights from T. Higgins. I mean, he was Mr. Basketball runner-up in the state of Tennessee.
I'd be really surprised if Gross Matos or Epinesa fall. I don't see a reason for the Bills to go and get him. I don't think that's a real need for them to get an edge rusher. I mean, you might think differently. I'd love to hear your reasoning, but to me they've had strong pressure in their front seven for the last 3-4 years. They lost Shaq Lawson, but I don't know. I mean, as far as what I remember against the Patriots, the Bills were getting to Tom pretty frequently.
Hey, Joe Burrow's got some good weapons out in Cincinnati right now.
Here, I'm just gonna tinker with this real quick.
Yeah, do you think?
Bear with me, everybody. Ah, say something, Mike.
What's going on?
All right, I'll bring this up a little bit more. Okay. All right, we should be good.
Okay. All right.
Bring the mic a little bit closer to
Yeah, I'm basically eating it.
you.
It tastes yummy. I have to say, Duke Tobin's draft area that he's got set up there is something else. The the entire stone L-shaped bar, if you will, with a grill behind it is just like insane. Him and Cliff Kingsbury have
No, well,
uh,
I think Cliff Kingsbury took the cake with
oh, for sure. I
it
love the architecture of something like that.
yeah. Kingsbury's house is straight out of Architectural Digest.
All right, the
Oh,
Colts pick is in.
all right. So they both didn't trade out. Here we go. 34th pick.
Michael Pittman. So now we're gonna start see a rash of wide receiver actually.
So now there's a huge gap between Denzel Mims and whoever the next one is. Because now we're falling into that range of Van Jefferson, Devin Duvernay, um,
KJ Hamler.
KJ Hamler, Lynn Bowden.
Yep.
Now, I think you see a big discrepancy between Denzel Mims and the rest. Denzel Mims ran a sub 4.4. He ran a 4.38 at the draft. He's 6'3" plus, over 215 pounds. Big guy, a big
I
body.
mean, you have Detroit, the Giants, and New England up in the next three picks as of right now. That's without them trading out. Um, if I were to say Denzel Mims went to any of them, it would probably be New York. I could see them going young receiver right now. Um, but I I don't know. I mean, this is an area where a rash of receiver, like a team may say, "Wow, the first two receivers that we saw, we were looking at for today are already gone. We might need to move up," and that's where you see Detroit, the Giants, or New England start to trade back and gain more draft capital.
Yeah. Michael Pittman. Interesting pick. He's a great wide receiver, don't get me wrong, but
I mean,
he's
Indianapolis needs some weapons. It's
but if
simple.
you think of who they have, Paris Campbell, T.Y. Hilton,
And
um,
now Michael Pittman is
Michael
there.
Pittman, but they're all like the same body.
The
There's
Lions,
no.
the Lions pick is in, just so everyone knows.
All right, so we were talking about this earlier today, right? And to me, the biggest hole they need to fill would be defensive tackle. They lost Damon Harrison. That was a bad
This is a
fit.
perfect spot for Ross Blacklock to go.
Yeah, Ross Blacklock, I think should have definitely gone in the first round. Extremely powerful, great at hand fighting, great in the trenches, can help in the run game. Also, a great pass rusher. So he's multi threat, quick. He's like 6'4", 290 pounds. He's a lean guy. And he's very physical. I'd love the pick. I think he would make a splash alongside Deshaun Hand, Trey Flowers, um, and they have another defensive tackle too. So that would solidify their 4-3 scheme.
Though, yeah, it looks like Matt Patricia's talking to someone.
Besides its son.
Uh, yeah, Bob Quinn. Wow, his kids have been standing there for 2 days. That's kind of incredible. They do need some pass rush. I mean, they brought in some key departures: Darius Slay, Rashawn Melvin, Rick Wagner. They did lose some key positions. I don't think they would go Josh Jones here, um, although that could help them.
I could see them go maybe even like Zach Vaughn, help at that linebacker position. His NFL comparison is Kyle Van Noy, right? The
And that would
Lion,
be a Matt Patricia guy.
yeah, the Lions had Kyle Van Noy, and he didn't really become Kyle Van Noy until he was a Patriot.
I mean, Matt Patricia is trying to bring in his inner Belichick, and what would Belichick do? You know,
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Matt Patricia has the record for most Bill Belichick players, former Patriots.
yeah, and then slowly creeping up on him is Brian Flores in Miami.
Yeah, here we go.
DeAndre Swift.
Okay, so
The 1-2 punch of Kerryon Johnson and DeAndre Swift. It's very interesting.
they're giving Matt Stafford some help, right? Because DeAndre Swift is a guy the defense has to take seriously. Whoever their opposition is has to
Absolutely.
take seriously. And the wide receiver, the passing game isn't the only threat. They were kind of one dimensional, especially when Kerryon Johnson got hurt last year. So now you add a guy like DeAndre Swift, he can offset Kerryon Johnson, take some of that load off, and now DeAndre Swift. I mean, he's a nasty guy. He's a hard hitting, lean guy who
I
has
mean, just look at his
great.
dad.
Yeah,
Look at who they're showing right now. That's his father.
yeah, and that's the guy that is there in every off season with him when he's not at school.
This man's freaking biceps are the size of my chest.
Yeah, he's a large guy. DeAndre Swift, he's a thick guy himself, but he plays like he's LaShawn McCoy. He
Yeah,
doesn't look like.
but he doesn't keep the football out here. He keeps it tucked in tight, high and tight.
Yeah,
And Georgia's been a running back mill for quite a while now. Um, the Giants pick is in. I mean, these teams they're running heavy right now. It's just like pick after pick after pick. You don't really see this too often. It's kind of interesting.
yeah. I mean, it's a good thing that we're speeding up tonight. I mean, last night ran 4.5 hours. That was just one round. Now we got two rounds tonight. We had this thing. Hopefully, won't go past 5 hours, but we never know. Uh, it's definitely going to take a step down. Once all these big names that should have gone in the first round, Swift, Higgins, uh, not necessarily Pittman, but these guys are pretty easy decisions because they're still available. You're getting first round talent at the in round two. Now the Giants, you got yourself.
They need some defensive help
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, they got
I mean,
Andre.
from edge, linebacker, corner, safety. They literally need everything,
They
all facets of the defense.
they got Andrew Thomas yesterday, and they pretty much secured everything but their wide receivers. I know Evan Ingram's on the trade block, possibly going to San Francisco at some point. That might be tonight. Who knows? But
Well, yeah, I mean this pick is in, so it's not heading to San Francisco just yet.
no, and
Um,
they haven't had a guy since Landon Collins at the safety position who's been that hard hitter. Go get a guy like
Xavier McKinney.
Xavier McKinney, who can do just that. Another Alabama guy. He's smaller. I mean, he's 6 foot, but he
Joe
packs a
Judge
punch.
will like an Alabama guy coming from the Belichick
Yeah,
tree.
I mean, he's from Alabama himself. He's from that Nick Saban. He worked under Nick Saban.
It's true. He did.
So I think that would make a lot of sense. Safety, you get your pick of the litter. None of them have been taken. We're on the 36th pick of the draft. You know, I think that would make a lot of sense. I mean, could go Grant Delpit, could go Ashton Davis, Kyle Duger, Antoine Winfield.
I don't think Duggar's gonna go
They could.
early.
What about yeah, I know they got James Bradbury this offseason. What about a guy like Trayvon Diggs? Pair them together.
Yeah,
There's different things they could do here. They I know they who the defensive tackle they got from the Jets last year just signed his franchise.
Leonard Williams.
Leonard
Yeah,
Williams.
but he also has a grievance out against them, so I mean, there's that. And so
Do they want to go to get an edge rusher like Epinesa or Gross Matos? Or defensive ends
I mean, this would be a good
like
opportunity
them.
again. Ross Blacklock is another a positional player that they could go get.
They could, but
Um,
I wouldn't double up at the defensive tackle. I know Leonard Williams could play D end, but I
But
think
that's the thing. So that's what I'm saying is that Leonard Williams has filed a grievance against the Giants because they franchise tagged him as a defensive tackle, but he says that he's been used primarily at defensive end while with New York. So if you look at the stats on that, I mean, yeah, he is on the end. So if you're going to use him on the end for in a 3-4, why not go get a defensive tackle?
right. Well, looks like
Because
we'll
the
have.
Patriots are on the clock right now, but we don't know the Giants' pick just yet.
It's kind of weird to hear the Patriots on the clock this early in the second round.
Don't worry, they will be trading.
Oh, I'm sure they're gonna trade it for a couple pretzels and some Skittles.
You're gonna watch me punch a fucking hole through my monitor.
Yeah, they got Blake Martinez. Alec,
Crack roll.
yeah, Alec Ogletree's still a free agent, so he could technically come back.
They lost Mike Remmers at tackle.
Yeah, but they filled that hole with Andrew Thomas.
True.
Oh, Gettleman's got the mask on again. Look at him there. Wait, is Joe Judge at the facility?
No,
Is that a backyard? It looks like a football field behind him, like a practice
it's
field.
a golf course.
What? Where is he?
Golf.
Does he have a golf course in his backyard?
It honestly looks like it's a hotel or a resort.
I was gonna. Well, the only places I know in New Jersey that have golf courses behind them is North Jersey. But yeah, I mean, that'd be a little bit far from Meadowlands. Oh, they've all
I mean, one.
is is this the pick right here? Are they?
The New York National Guard is talking with Roger Goodell and ESPN Studios
Okay.
before they give the pick. They got to get that ad time in, so they're going to waste
Yeah.
as much time as possible. Entire fifth
Uh,
round, man. I'm telling you. I would honestly, you're not wrong, but I think it's going to be the third round since they have 4 of them already.
No. Oh, maybe push it back to the seventh. Who knows? All right. All right, here we go, Goodell. All right, Giants pick. Xavier McKinney.
Yep.
Yeah, so like what I just said, they haven't had a guy like this since Landon Collins. Now you kind of fill that void. You got James Bradbury in free agency. You pair him with with Xavier McKinney. That's you're helping your defensive back situation. You got Blake Martinez at your middle linebacker position. You have yeah Landon. I can I'm blanking on him again. Their franchise tag
Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams. So you got above
The
average. You've
Patriots
got.
pick is in.
I'm not totally. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but
It is.
I know it says it, but they could be playing tricks. I think Xavier McKinney is in a good spot. I know Joe Judge is going to teach him a lot. I know he'll definitely thrive in that area
Well, he can
on that
play.
team.
He can play nickel linebacker. He can play base safety, and he can also play slot corner. So, I mean, you can move him all around the second and third level of the defense, depending on the scheme that you're running, and what grouping you have out there. So, it'll be very interesting to see what he can do. I think they're going to get a lot of production, especially in Joe Judge's system, out of him.
Yeah.
He is exactly what Nick Saban looks for, exactly what Bill Belichick looks for, and it's not surprising that one of Brian Flores, uh, Joe Judge, or Matt Patricia ended up taking him.
Oh, there's Nick Casario. Look at the dog. Bill Belichick's dog sitting in the chair.
He's actually making the pick.
Oh, I mean,
Can't go wrong there.
what's with these player personnel or GMs not having anything on their walls? Here we go. All right, the Patriots select Kyle Duggar. Wow, wow.
Well, I guess you won't be getting him in Buffalo, John.
Interesting. This is weird to me, right? Because they could have gotten an edge guy. They haven't really had somebody since Trey Flowers left. They could have gotten a linebacker. They lost KVN and Jamie Collins. Could have gotten Zach Bond. But no, they go Kyle Duggar, who they've how many safeties did they get in free agency this offseason?
Plus the ones that they've drafted the last 2 years,
They
and they've traded for. I mean,
I'm not knocking Kyle Duggar. Like he is an absolute beast and was overlooked just because he's from a D2 school. This guy, he's 6'1", 215. I think he'll be great, and he'll match up well against the tight ends in the AFC. I think that's what Bill was looking at. He was looking for a guy that has the size because the Patriots have Terrence Brooks, was doing a great job last season. He's just too short. He's 5'10". Couldn't keep up with any of these 6'6" tight ends. He was handling Mark Andrews really well. It was just he couldn't go up and climb that ladder to get and break passes up. So a guy like Kyle Duggar alongside Devin McCourty will be great.
Lipkin just said
Belichick turned
Devin
into.
McCarr. Nate Solder level of elite right there.
It honestly is though. Well, it's a guy. I think we know more about Kyle Duggar than we ever knew about Nate Solder when he was drafted. So
That's fair.
wow, Panthers pick is already in. This is really moving. Oh wow, and the commissioner's about to announce it too. All right, here we go. You can't let the Patriots get too excited. Panthers select Yeturgros Matos. Okay,
Gross
interest,
Matos.
interesting, interesting. Because they have Brian Burns, Kwan Short. You added Derek Brown yesterday. Now you add Yeturgros Matos.
I mean, that is their
Wow,
front four right there. So, I
wow.
mean, they're
Yeah,
going to get a
well,
lot of pressure
yeah, and
just
well,
with the
that's the
front
thing.
four alone.
Brian Burns. They have Shaq Thompson in the middle of the field taking over for Luke Kuechly. It looks like. Um, yeah, wow. Yeah, he's a guy who can stand up and play linebacker. He can put a hand on the ground and play defensive end. He is a Kaylavon Chason type, uh, Jadeveon Clowney type, where he has that true edge ability. Interesting
I mean,
pick. That
he's got raw ability.
yeah.
It's not been honed. He
Um,
hasn't had a lot of coaching at the defensive end to really make him technically sound.
I'm interested that I'm intrigued that they keep going defense and not helping Teddy Bridgewater by getting him another weapon. You obviously have run CMC and you don't need somebody else there. He's a workhorse. But why not go after corner? You lost James Bradbury. You haven't had a real corner since Josh Norman.
Pipkin
No,
wants us to take a shot every time they mention a death in a
I've got my whiskey right here, so.
every time they mention a death in a draftee's family, though.
Okay. Well, you're listening. You'll have to tell me.
I mean, we're about 6 shots deep right now,
All
so.
right. I got to keep up with this
The
ticker.
Dolphins are their
That pick
pick
is
is
in.
in already, and I'm assuming Houston probably has a pick in as well.
If I had to guess, Dolphins are going running back, so it's either Jonathan Taylor or J.D. McKissick. I mean, J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah,
I don't
I'd go
know.
Jonathan
I
Taylor.
would go Jonathan Taylor here too. The biggest issue with Jonathan Taylor, back to back 2,000 yard seasons. Biggest issue, he fumbles the ball, and is that something they can fix?
Flores will beat that out of him though.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. That'll be interesting. Um, Xavier McKinney.
Lipkin doesn't want Taylor going to Miami. I
Well,
mean, listen,
I don't think any of us want Taylor going there, but they're gonna get one of these top running backs.
yeah, I
You
mean,
can't stop it.
if it's not Taylor, it's J.K. Dobbins. That's the issue. Yeah, the only question with the Dolphins is that pick of Noah Igbenogany. I still don't understand that.
Yeah, I think there's better players that could have played the slot for them, but I can't imagine that he's going to be a bust just because he's not thrown into a situation where he has to be uncomfortable, where he has to burden the load like um, a guy, Jeff Gladney, Damone Arnett, Jeff Okuda.
Could Dolphins also go AJ Epinesa here?
Well, they got Emmanuel Ugba.
Yeah, they still need edge help. I mean,
They
no
have
matter how
they
you
have
slice and dice it.
Dalvin Godot and the other defensive tackle, Christian Wilkins.
Yeah, but they need edge help, and that's what Epinesa can do for them.
Yeah, well, you have Kyle Van Noy. He can definitely help in the edge.
No, and you need a pure edge guy.
I don't think you need a pure edge guy. I'm not
You
sold on
do.
that. So go get Jadeveon Clowney in free agency. How about that? Might as well, right? You put in all this money, might as well make it $300 million you put into your free agency. I don't know.
Taylor over Dobbins. Dobbins has a lot to offer a team for sure. I mean,
Yeah, he's.
you're a little biased there, bud.
I don't. It's kind of like the Tua situation. How much do you weigh the injuries? In this situation, how much do you weigh his fumbling uh, issues? Is that a big enough issue where you have to go with another guy? Are you? They already have Jordan Howard. Getting a guy like Jonathan Taylor, you're doubling up on your workhorses, on your ground and pound running backs.
Yeah, but Jordan Howard. I mean, has he really worked out?
Yeah, look what he had solid production before he got injured in Philly. He was a great running back in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm talking about, but it's just like I
I
don't know.
I think
I
he'll be
don't think
fine in Miami. I don't think there's any issues. We've got Chad Johnson in a robe though. That's always fun.
Chad Ochocinco,
Tom Brady's
Taylor is one
newest
of the best
teammate,
running
Devin
backs in
White.
FBS history.
What's that?
Lipkin said Taylor is one of the best running backs in FBS history. I
Why?
mean, statistically speaking, yes, but
Yes.
that's because athletes are statistically getting better every single year. So it's tough to weigh that in comparison because, I mean, look at some of the running backs that have come out, and I, I'm not willing to say that Jonathan Taylor is going to be one of the best running backs in NFL history.
Grant
Just
Delpit. He could be a guy that we've seen two safeties go so far. Do the Dolphins not want to wait and grab a safety here?
I mean, Delpit's the only one left, right?
No, Ashton Davis. Don't you can't forget about Ashton Davis. He has injury issues. That's the biggest knock against Ashton Davis. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. He was a track star in college.
Oh, I forgot the Dolphins also got Shaq Lawson.
To me, Ashton Davis looks like Eric Weddle. Extremely hard hitting, great recognition, ball and play recognition. He's great at tracking the ball. So I don't think Epinesa would really fit the Dolphins. But you know what? Let's put this to rest. Dolphins pick is in. Robert Hunt, guard. All right, so they're solidifying the offensive line. They want to make sure, Tua, you are fine, you are healthy, you're going to stay that way. Wow. Okay.
That's a large human.
So now
Large.
you add Andrew Jackson last night. Austin Jackson last night.
Austin Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. You add Austin Jackson. You add Robert Hunt. You got Eric Flowers in free agency. You got Ted Karras in free agency. That offensive line is near fixed. It's near rebuilt.
Houston has their first pick of the draft right now.
Oh, I
Billy
can't
Beane.
wait. I can't wait for Billy O to mess this up. He's gonna draft somebody that should have gone undrafted.
He might go. It's tough because you want him to go receiver, but he probably believes that they've addressed it with DJ
Brandon
Moore,
Cooks.
Brandon Cooks, and Randall Cobb. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
also,
Denzel Mims
they
is
also
there.
right, but they also have Kenny Stills
What if you put a
and the other one
What if
that
you
they have.
put Epinesa opposite J.J. Watt? You could get
Maybe
Grant.
go for Clowney.
You could get Grant Delpit. You could get Zach Bond. There's different. I think they should.
How about a running back?
No, they got David Johnson.
Oh.
Why are you laughing at David Johnson? He's a great running back.
uh, David Johnson, a great running back. That's cool. Maybe like 1 year, but that was it.
I don't knock David Johnson. I think new team. I think he'll be fine. Here we go. Texans first pick. See if they replace DeAndre Hopkins. Ross
Ross Blacklock.
Blacklock. They replaced DJ Reader. Okay.
I mean,
Put him.
they at least made a selection that makes sense.
You put Blacklock next to J.J. Watt. That's gonna be terrorizing. They filled a need, 100%. Uh, I like it. I definitely do. But I think all this does is they're still not even on par with last season. They're still missing a big receiver I guess you could say Brandon Cooks is that new big receiver, but at best they're no better than last year. Is this is
That's his father,
that
who was
was
a Harlem Globetrotter.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I really like Ross Blacklock. Extremely
I mean,
strong. He's
he's
great
super
at
athletic.
he's great at splitting the A gap. Um, he'll get right in there. He will terrorize quarterbacks. And I think he'll thrive honestly because JJ Watt he is always being double teamed. You have to double team JJ Watt.
He plays that four technique too.
Yeah,
Two hands in the dirt.
yeah. He's not a nose tackle though. He's
No, he split. He doesn't line up above the center.
no. He's extremely he's lean.
He reads the defense well. I mean, I'm watching some of this tape that they're showing, and he definitely he's got to wrap up. I've
Yeah,
seen a couple hits where he hasn't wrapped
he
up.
kind of just puts his head down and hits you like a bull.
Yeah, he really needs to use his arms more, for sure. Um, the Colts pick is in. Uh,
This is their
Rams
second
pick,
selection. Wait, did they
yeah,
move up?
no.
I thought they were at 44.
Uh,
Yeah, it was supposed to be Cleveland. This was supposed to be Cleveland, so this is a trade.
oh, yeah. I haven't even seen them. This is,
I want to
they
that it
may
couldn't.
be somebody that they want to go get. I'm assuming it's going to be Epinesa.
I think it's gonna be Cole Kmet because they lost um, their tight end from last year.
Ebron?
They lost to Ebron.
Colts pick is in.
Jonathan Taylor. Wow.
To the Colts.
Wow.
Honestly, it kind of makes sense to me.
Him, Marlon Mack, and Naeem Hines. That's is, I don't know. It's at least a two-headed monster. I don't know if Naeem Hines really makes. Yeah.
Hines, Taylor's out of Salem, New Jersey. Uh, he
Wow.
originally committed to Rutgers, switched to Wisconsin his junior year of high school. I mean, let's just say it. Colts trying to get Luck back out of retirement.
No, I mean if Andrew Luck comes out of retirement, he's a Patriot. Just saying.
I mean, here's the thing: if Jonathan Taylor had gone to Rutgers, he would have been a New England Patriot first round, guaranteed.
I don't know, those fumbling issues. I don't know. With you, everybody's a Patriot, right?
With me?
Yeah,
No.
seems like it.
Uh, yep. Yeah. Everybody's a Patriot next year.
It's alright. So now, I guess that Cleveland moves into that 44 spot.
Cleveland's at 44.
And
It says it on the screen.
what did they give up? Like that? Did they give them an additional 5 or 4?
I don't know. It wasn't announced.
Do your research. Look at this guy just hit holes. He moves like Saquon Barkley. He looks like Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
He's not Saquon Barkley though. He's close. He might be if he didn't have the fumbling issues. I'm gonna keep harping on that because it's a huge knock against him. If you can't hold on to that football, there's no place for you in the league, no matter how good you are.
Top two picks so far are Pittman and Jonathan Taylor. Not bad.
They're going offense heavy.
2 second-round selections.
It's an interesting approach.
I mean, Philip Rivers is going to have plenty of targets. Now they just need to keep them upright, which it seems like they should be able to do. He only was in 32 pass plays, Jonathan Taylor was, last year.
Yeah, so you know when he's in, they're pretty much running the ball. But I don't think that really matters because I don't think anybody really wants to take Jonathan Taylor on one, head on. That's a scary guy to go right up against.
Jaguars pick is in. I think here they're gonna go offensive tackle. They could possibly go wide receiver, but I doubt they
They
will at
they
this
could
point.
they could take Josh Jones, Epinesa to replace Calais Campbell,
Yeah, but they drafted Caleb on Chase on
Grant Delpit. I can see Delpit fitting in. Put him with Caleb LSU brothers again.
and
But
C.J. Henderson at corner.
well, he was Florida, but yeah,
No, I know, but I'm just saying in general, like that's
that's
a defensive heavy beginning to
It's
this
kind
team.
of, it's kind of putting back what they had in 2017, bringing that back. It was a young defense.
Yes, now they just need to make sure that those
They
young players don't hate them after 2 years.
not only hate them but don't retire early, like Telvin Smith.
Telvin left because of uh I don't know, he had some off the field issues he wanted to take care of.
It was yeah. I don't know if it was. I think it was like family issues. Uh, Jaguars could they go running back? I know they want to move on from Leonard Fournette. Could they get J.K. Dobbins?
Cam Akers, AJ Dillon.
I think it's too early for those guys. I think J.K. Dobbins is far ahead of them. Hmm.
Lifkin, what do you mean? Have they been doing that for a very long? Talking about deaths in the family? Yeah.
Oh, do we need to take a drink?
No, it was an older text. It was from like 10 minutes ago. Almost 20 minutes ago, actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jacksonville, they have plenty of needs, but I mean, they came out on top yesterday. So I think if they follow the same mantra that they had, mm, I mean, A, take best available, but B, like, I mean, best available pretty much means that they're filling a hole because they have so many of them. So
Right. The Jacksonville rebuild is 100% going into next year. They've got to get their franchise guy. Unless it is Gardner Minshew. Unless he shocks us all and is a stud. Maybe he's the Baker Mayfield that we haven't seen so far. That we've wanted. He has the big personality to be the leader of a team. But we'll see. They only have three defensive starters from that 2017 championship game.
uh, Miles Jack,
Ngakwe.
Yannick, and God, probably a safety if I had to think.
I don't even know. Hmm.
Doug Marone and David Caldwell.
They still have 10 picks remaining. Yeah, they added.
Forgot their new offensive coordinators, Jake Gruden.
Oh, I didn't even know they added him. That's interesting. All right, Jaguars select Laviska
Laviska
Shenault.
Shenault.
All right, so you're gonna see if Gardner Minshew's worth it, right? You're gonna give him another weapon. Chenault is great after the catch. He's kind of like CeeDee Lamb. Get the ball in his hands, he's gonna work wonders. This is a guy who had first round talent, had a core issue, had to have surgery, He had other injuries that kind of derailed him a little bit, and that's why he's fallen. But
He
his
had scholarship offers from Alabama and LSU and chose to go to Colorado over both of them.
yeah, the
Oh,
he,
take another shot.
oh man, what is it with these athletes?
Lipkin, I'm lucky I didn't listen to you. I'd be drunk by now.
I might be soon, at least. Cheers. All right, I'll be right back.
It is absurd. The Bears pick is in. All right. So, I mean, let's think of this, right? Chicago Bears. If you remove Khalil Mack from the Chicago Bears, what do you have? I'll tell you what you have. You have the shell of an NFL franchise. They have so many needs, and obviously it starts at the quarterback level. I mean, you guys can let me know, but I don't think either Nick Foles or um, Trubisky is going to be a long-term solution for the Bears. Let me know what you guys think, but honestly, I don't see it by any stretch. So it'd be interesting.
All right, so we just got Jacksonville, right? They got Laviska Shenault.
We're talking about the Bears.
Are they up? Are they not? Yep,
Yeah,
Chicago's next.
yeah. I was just talking about like the fact that if you took Khalil Mack off the Bears, you'd have like a shell of an NFL franchise because he's like the only thing that's keeping them
They just
competitive.
they just got Robert Quinn. He had like six and a half sacks last season.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue to do it.
The Bears are another team who were competitive just a few years ago. Lost to Charles Tillman. There was kind of like a
Barking up at
regime.
Matt Nagy's wall.
Guy likes to brainstorm, I guess. He's got a lot of
That's
posting.
that's
Is he
that's a
sponsored?
scene from a murder movie.
He's plotting. No, that's too clean. There's no pieces of thread. Yeah, thread with some pins in the wall. They just got Jimmy Graham. Where they're gonna, I guess, see if they can revitalize his career. They lost. They had was it Landon Collins last year?
Could the Bears go running back here?
Landon Collins might even be there still. They have they drafted somebody a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they have what's his name? The return specialist.
Cordell Patterson?
No. Um,
No, not him. They have an actual running back they drafted, I think last year maybe. I'm not talking about the can't even remember um
Cole Kmet.
to put with Jimmy Graham? Why? I don't get this.
I guess he'll be. I guess he'll be learning under Jimmy Graham.
I feel bad for you. You're gonna have so many balls that are thrown over your head. You're probably gonna get your head taken off 10 times because your quarterback puts you in a bad situation. Double major in political science and economics.
Yeah, I mean Jimmy Graham is. Lipkin's right. Jimmy Graham is a shell of what he once was.
So why go out and pay him if you want to draft a guy like Cole Kmet?
Yeah. Thoughts on Duggar?
We like him. Yeah.
Duggar's a really good pick.
I,
As a Patriots fan, I'm happy. Honestly, I kind of wish that we might have gone Delpit there, but hey, Duggar's a really good athlete, so I'm
Yeah,
excited to see what he can do.
he's going to match up well against tight ends. He's going to help in the run game. He's extremely fast and physical. Um, I expect him to be what we've wanted in a safety, a stronger, bigger, physical guy who can help in he's a little bit small to help as a linebacker, but I think he'll help in the box. He'll definitely play some snaps in the box and in the trenches.
Yeah, Lipkin. One of the reasons that Jimmy Graham also hasn't been productive is if you look at the offensive uh, schemes that he's been a part of, they all basically don't utilize the tight end at all. I mean, between Seattle and Green Bay, they're afterthoughts. They're basically just like they're only there for show. Um, before Jimmy Graham even became a Packer, they had what's the guy's name? The guy from the Saints, Cook.
Jared Cook.
Yeah, they had Jared Cook, and I mean he did okay, but he didn't do much, and I don't know. He just hasn't been utilized the way that he should have been. Duggar was starting. Yeah, Duggar's versatility is huge. His ability to do
Yeah,
a whole.
and the knock against him isn't even a real knock. It's like, oh, he's from a small school. Well, there must be something wrong. No, there's nothing wrong with him. You can't discredit the guy just because he's from a small school. What he showed on the field is enough was enough for Bill to take him with the 37th pick. You know he's not going to be on the board by the time you select next, so you're going to make sure you get him now. Brown's pick is in. I think they're going to go Grant Delpit here. You went heavy the last couple of years at corner in the draft. You got some guys in free agency to help at safety, but I think you want to get a surefire weapon with Grant Delpit. That'll just continue to help this rebuild and give their new defensive coordinator another weapon to work with. They could go Denzel Mims here possibly. I know you don't need to because you have Jarvis Landry, you have Odell Beckham Jr. But
It's just that would be an embarrassment of riches at that point.
I mean,
I think
we've
they
been
need to
saying
go
that.
they need to go with something that can truly help the defense of against the Ravens. I mean, when you think about what lies in their way, they need somebody who can truly
Well,
help stop
that's
that
actually
Ravens rushing
that's a
rushing
really
attack.
good point, right? You want a guy that's able to help against the speedy Lamar Jackson. I think a great pick for that, Jeremy Chin. He's a guy who ran I believe he ran a sub 4.4.
I just think
Or
it's too
he,
early for a player like that. That would be my only concern.
I
Is
don't,
that you could get
he,
somebody better here and then still get him later on.
he has a nice size to him. He can play a lot in the box. He's like Isaiah Simmons. He can play linebacker. He is a true safety, but he can play linebacker. He could possibly play some nickel corner. He's extremely athletic. He has a lot of potential, and he'll definitely help stop Lamar
What
Jackson.
what corners are left on the board? I mean, Antoine Winfield is still there. I mean,
Antoine,
he's a
yeah.
really good safety.
I mean, hey, John, you might be getting your wish with Antoine Winfield falling to Buffalo. We're only ten
Starting.
picks. Yeah, 10 picks away, and Grant Delpit's still there too.
Yeah,
Antoine
I'll
Winfield is a
probably go
great.
before Winfield.
Winfield's a great ball hawk. Great play recognition. Speedy guy.
Jalen Johnson's still there at corner.
Trayvon Diggs. Yeah, I keep mentioning
Grant
him.
Delpit, he's smiling.
To me, that would make sense. Grant Delpit. I would like that.
yeah, I mean there are some very interesting picks that have come through that
No, I don't think you're
yeah no
missing anything on Josh Jones. He's a solid tackle. Probably should have gone top 25, even just first round in general.
I
They're
think a lot of teams have like pretty decent
they
offensive
filled.
lines. The only one that should have taken him was Seattle. Like Seattle was the perfect spot. Instead, they decided to take some like a mid tier linebacker.
Yeah, I don't think Josh Jones would fall to 59, but that would be something to say the least.
Cleveland's pick is in.
All right, here we go. Grant Delpit. Interesting. I mean, I liked it. It makes a lot of sense to me. They solidify because they added Andrew Sendejo. They added another um, safety. Now you have Grant Delpit there. You have
I mean, Delpit was the 2019 Jim Thorpe Award winner um, for the best defensive back in college football. He
nicknamed
was
Baby.
two-time AP All-American, two-time first-team All-SEC. He was just incredible.
Interesting. They call him Baby Jamal after Jamal Adams. I don't think he's anything. I don't think he's Jamal Adams. He's definitely not. But for people to think of him like that, he he's a good player. He's just quick reaction. He's kind of like a nickel corner safety combo. But I like Cleveland. They're a young team, and I think he'll fit right in with that new regime. Buccaneers pick is already in. Teams know who they want. There's
I mean, if I'm the Buccaneers,
I'm getting
I'm
J.D.
taking J.K.
McKissick.
Dobbins.
Oh, J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins.
I keep saying McKissick, but I mean J.K. Dobbins. Yeah, you've got to get
J.K.
a running
Dobbins.
back.
You get a running back. You solidify that. I mean that. Honestly, I don't know where else they could go.
Well, they need DBs badly.
I mean, Jalen Johnson's still there.
Jalen Yeah, we're gonna keep mentioning these names until they're taken. Antoine Winfield, Ashton Davis, uh, Trayvon Diggs.
I mean, they did solidify the offensive line with Tristan Wirfs in the first round.
Yeah, go get Denzel Mims. Why not? You know, why not?
Can you stop it? The last thing the Buccaneers need is another goddamn offensive weapon.
Not only a weapon, but he's like 6'3" and a half. Runs a sub 4.4.
Browns general manager Andrew Berry. I've actually never seen him before, so that's kind of interesting.
Here we
Patriots
go.
pick it.
Antoine Winfield. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry, John. They get a ball hawk in this guy. He's small, he's speedy, great recognition, attacks the ball, grabs everything in sight. Jeez. That'll make Dad proud. He goes to a great spot where he can learn from amazing teammates, amazing coaches.
Brady steals my happiness yet again. I mean,
I don't know if it's Brady, but
I mean,
Tampa Bay at least.
yeah, he is going to Tampa
He's going to
Brady,
Tampa
but
Bay. So now there's only one, I guess, big name safety left, Ashton Davis, and then I think Jeremy Chin is after that.
so the next three picks we got the Broncos, the Falcons, and the Jets. Assuming that there's no trades, be interesting to see the Broncos up right now. Um, they have a lot of needs still. Obviously, the addition of Judy helps the passing game a ton. They added, uh, Melvin Gordon. I think this is where you can possibly see Josh Jones go. They need to fix that offensive
Well,
line.
yeah, because Garrett Bowles has been a complete bust since they drafted him in the first round in 2016, 2017.
They could even kick Garrett Bowles inside. He
Possibly.
could play guard.
He's a big guy. He's a really big guy.
He could, right, but he's got the mentality to play guard.
They did it with Eric Flowers. He was a bust at tackle, moved him inside, and he did a lot better. Maybe that's the move for Garrett Bowles.
I mean, no offense to guards in the NFL, but guard is a lot easier to play than tackle. Tackle, you're out on an island against some of these insane pass rushers. With guard, you get some help from your center. You can ask for some help. Scheme wise, it's a lot easier. Um,
That's like the first really excited person I've seen all night.
yeah, we don't. Vic Fangio and John Elway, their pick is in.
Here we go.
Just wait a sec before you say it, Nick. KJ Hamler. Okay, not all that surprising.
But they doubled up on wide receiver.
But think about the receivers they have: Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, and KJ Hamler.
Towers and then a speedy slot guy.
Yeah, they basically did what worked for the Falcons a couple years ago. You have two tall guys and then one guy underneath.
I think this means they see something truly special in Drew Lock. To go out and invest
Well, I
all
think
of this in
giving
him.
him everything that he possibly could need. They just need to fix the O line. That's all.
Yeah, and they have Jawan James. Um, they got Glasgow, the center or guard
Yeah,
um,
from Detroit.
from Detroit. So that they've improved that line.
The Falcons pick is in. Barring whoever this is, Kyle Lipkin, tell us who you think the Jets should take here. 'Cause I'd be very interested to see what you think.
I mean, they have to go wide receiver, right? Denzel Mims. That's what I would say.
If he's not gone to Atlanta.
No, I don't. Atlanta has more pressing needs. Zach Bond is still there. I can see Zach Bond going here to Atlanta.
AJ Epinesa. They like their hand in the ground.
Epinesa, yeah, but they have Caleb and then they have Vic Beasley on the other side.
Caleb on.
Yeah, they got. Oh, I'm sorry. Caleb went to the Jaguars.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
So they got
AJ Terrell.
AJ Terrell yesterday. That's right. Um, yeah. So
Yeah, Mims would be a huge pickup. Be interesting to see if they can get him. I mean, the Falcons have picked up Charlie Raheem Morris as their coordinator. They lost Freeman, Cooper, Vic Beasley, Adrian Claiborne,
could they go Dobbins? Could they go Dobbins here? Put him with Todd Gurley, the George, Ohio State and Georgia together.
I think they need to go either Bond or Epinesa here. I think that's really what we're gonna see.
Could they go safety?
Wow. I'm sorry, but George Kittle looks like a douche.
Why?
He
Why do you?
just does.
He looks like an idiot, but so does Gronk. So does Travis Kelsey. All the good ones do.
No, no. Gronk is an idiot, and Travis Kelsey looks like a thug.
He talks like a thug, but
Because he's from Cleveland Heights.
replace a Baylor product with another Baylor product. Yeah, and I even think that's an upgrade too. I think Mims is better than Robbie Anderson.
But is he gonna nut in a cop's wife's eye? That's the key.
All right, let's try to keep this not X-rated.
It's not X-rated.
Well, you giving these weird scenarios makes it.
You said it, I didn't. Exactly.
There's some holes to fill. Falcons have to make the best moves though if they want a chance at competing in this division.
Kiss my ass, Lippman. They picked up Laquan Treadwell. I just think that's bad.
Treadwell's a bad player. He's a complete bust. But he's the third wide receiver there.
Yeah. He's, he was a third receiver in Minnesota, and it didn't even work out there, so.
I'm interested to see who they go here. Maybe even Zach Moss. They could go Zach Moss.
I still think it's either Zach Vaughn or AJ Epinesa. I'm a little surprised at the rash of picks we've had without, like, major trade. We've only had one trade so far.
Yeah.
With how fast everything's going.
Yeah, and it was only swapping, a couple picks.
Yeah, do we ever figure out the details on that?
No, I can't imagine it was anything big though. Probably a fifth or sixth rounder. Hmm.
Yeah, we are almost at the halfway point.
Of what, the second round?
Yeah.
Yeah, of the second round, but then we have an extended third round because of all those compensatory picks.
Yeah. What? Who is it?
Offset
I never even heard of him.
from Migos? No?
Oh, is that where he's from? I know the other one.
Is he announcing the pick or what's he doing? I'm not listening.
He's talking about
ATL.
uh it's cancer.org.
Oh, okay. Goodell Offset, thank you. So weird. Alright. Falcon select.
Marlon Davidson.
Interesting. He's a hybrid D tackle D end. He's a bigger guy to play D end. He's kind.
I mean, he lined up next to Derek Brown.
I'll kind of compare him to Muhammad Wilkerson, but he's definitely not Muhammad Wilkerson. He's
Take a shot because his mother Cynthia Carter passed away from a blood clot in 2015.
Jeez. 6'3", 310 pounds.
Seahawks pick is in. Jeez.
So did the Seahawks just trade up?
48.
Yeah, with the Jets.
The Jets.
Oh.
You know what they're doing now. The Seahawks are getting men.
Whoa. No, they're getting Josh Jones. I wonder if the Jets would have drafted Josh Jones.
Nah. Because they signed Fan.
No,
They drafted Becton yesterday, and then they signed George Fant for the right side.
George Fant was terrible with Seattle.
Listen, okay, I'm not the Mountain. I don't make the decisions for New York. Okay?
So now, wow, they must have given up a good amount because now the Jets move back to 59.
That's a Thomas. Wow. Seahawks. There are plenty of teams that could use 59 and 101.
59 1. So you get a 2 and a 3, a back end 3.
That's not bad.
It's a compensatory pick.
Like, Mims isn't making it to 59, I'll tell you that right now.
I think this has to be Josh Jones here.
Could be.
Who else makes sense? I mean, they drafted Jordan Brooks,
Lloyd
so
Cushenberry.
Lloyd Cushenberry go interior, possibly.
Anybody on the offensive line, please. Like
Uh,
that's what they need.
All right, here we go. Seahawks select. Daryl Taylor, defensive end.
Yeah, Seahawks fans.
I'm sorry.
Um, just go to Pete Carroll's house and punch him because
they
holy hell.
they moved up 11 spots for this guy.
I didn't even have him in my second round.
He looks explosive. Out of Tennessee. They got L.J. Collier last year. So it's now L.J. Collier, Jerron Reed, um, and this guy,
Guy that nobody still knows.
Daryl Taylor.
Yeah.
Is that okay? If you say so. Was this a glitch? Did they? Oh, the Steelers are finally on the board. It's their only pick.
John Schneider's calling the commissioner now. He said, "We said Josh Jones. Josh Jones."
Pittsburgh's only pick in the top
You're as
100.
shocked as we are because, like,
Yeah.
honestly, this is what it tells me. They John Schneider and Pete Carroll are the most racist humans you can find because they just want to see their quarterback just be bludgeoned to death. Like they have no
I don't know if you
clue
can say it's
what
racist. They're drafting all sorts of
all
people.
they care about is like this defense, and they're like, oh, quarterback, nah, run for your life.
Wow. Now what do the Steelers do here? They got Minka in the you know in trade. That's why they got rid of their first round pick.
Wait, say that again.
They got Minka in the trade. That was
Yep,
pretty much their first round pick.
yep.
What do they do here?
Wide receiver, offensive line.
I think they could go offensive line because they lost Ramon Foster.
Yep.
I think that you could fill that hole. The last thing you need is Big Ben
What
getting
about
hurt again.
quarterback?
Too early. Unless you're getting Jacob Eason. I
I mean,
still
we saw that Mason Rudolph with that big dent in his head is definitely not the answer. So
he's got a helmet lodged in there.
thank you, Miles Garrett. The Bears now have 10 tight ends with the addition of Cole Kmet on their
Absolutely.
roster.
And that's after releasing Trey Burton less than a week ago.
uh, the Bears are actually playing a form of football we've never seen before. We're going to throw 10 tight ends out there, and you never know who's going to be an eligible receiver. uh,
Absolutely crazy.
10 tight ends and a quarterback and call it a
Oh my god. Maybe they should have traded for Gronk. So we saw a couple running backs go, and then it kind of just died off.
A bunch of receivers went too.
I maybe
And safety.
I could see a receiver go here. Juju needs some help. Juju can't do.
We go back to who? Denzel Mims?
I don't. They need a
Too
speedster.
early for Van Jefferson.
Yeah, I don't know. Their next pick is like 102, 103. So they have a long time, and they don't have. I
They
think
don't have
they
anything to trade up.
no.
I think defensively they're pretty set. I mean, maybe a corner.
Oh, Steelers pick is in. Is he wearing a eBay jersey? eBay shirt? What does that say? Who is that? Oh, Jalen
Yeah,
Hurts.
it's Hurts. Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert.
He would have the TV on right behind him.
Is that a TV?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on a commercial.
Oh, fair.
All right. Steelers.
Wow.
This is way too early. Way
Wow.
too early. Chase Claypool. Way too early.
Wow.
If you're gonna go big guy, go get Denzel Mims.
Holy.
Chase Claypool. Is he a wide receiver? Is he a tight end? Who knows? But he ran a 4.42, so
4.42 40-yard dash, second fastest ever by a 230 plus pound player. The first one, Calvin Johnson.
he's not Calvin Johnson though.
I'm just saying.
I guess he's a weapon for Ben. He'll help out in different situations. They've got Vince McDonald still, so you could run him, next to the line. You could put him, opposite Juju.
I mean, he's extremely strong and athletic. His biggest issue is that
He's
his footwork is very raw.
he's also slow getting off the line.
Yeah, he's so yeah.
He may have ran 4.42 40, but his in-game speed is a lot slower.
And yeah, I mean, this is the difference between the underwear Olympics versus actual
Yeah,
football.
he ran that team out right there, and that you see the speed there. But how many times he's only going to run those as a safety? I mean, as a tight end, and safeties in this NFL are going to know to cover that. Even linebackers are going to know to bait the quarterback into throwing those routes. It's interesting. So now the Bears are
Bears
back
looking
on the
for a
clock.
tight end guaranteed.
It's Devin Asiasi.
No, they're taking Alberto.
Alberto. It's way too early for Alberto.
Yeah, they don't care. New form of football. Jalen Johnson, the corner.
Put him with Kyle Fuller. Okay. Okay. It's not a bad pick. I mean, Jalen Johnson probably fell a little bit further than he would like, but going to a pretty interesting. It's not a bad situation. Kyle Fuller is one of the better corners in this league, so you get to learn from somebody who's done it at a high level for the last few years. You've got other guys on the defense: Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn, Akeem Hicks. I'm sure that they have to have like a linebacker. Oh, Danny Trevathan and Roquan Smith.
Apparently, he played all of last season uh, with a torn labrum that he suffered before the season started.
But did he play last season?
Yeah, he played the entire season with it.
Wow. So he's a tough guy.
Yeah, no. He suffered the torn labrum in a tackling drill and decided he was told that he could play through it if he wanted to, and he was like, all right, let's do it.
So now, even though the Bears didn't have a first round pick because of the Khalil Mack trade, they're still making out really well. You get Cole Kmet and now Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know if Cole Kmet it really answers a need for them though. That's the problem.
Uh, you get a nice two tight end system going. You get really big tight ends. You know, you 6'7" Jimmy Graham and a 6'5" Cole Kmet.
Oh my God, Dak Prescott's brother passed away yesterday.
Jace, yeah, the middle brother. I think he's
Oh
the
my
middle
God.
brother. Yeah. I don't know if the details came out yet on how he died, but yeah, that was unfortunate. I don't know if you remember, but there was the commercial that Dak does. It's with his two brothers, and uh,
Yeah.
he was the bigger of the two guys, the bald-headed one on the right side. Um, but yeah, that was I saw that last night. Uh, it's really unfortunate.
A day that's supposed to be so happy, especially with Dak Prescott getting such another weapon on the field, became one of the most worst days of his life.
I mean, yeah, that's just things happen. They're completely out of your control sometimes, and you just gotta take everything in stride. Yeah. So so no, Jalen Johnson just went. Now we got Dallas. Pick is in. They got C.D. Lamb yesterday. I'm sure they would have loved to go get Cole Kmet.
Honest, yeah. Honestly, here you have to replace Travis Frederick.
Well,
I
I
think
don't
that's
even know who you get at
honestly.
center though. I don't think there's a center you can put here.
They're no, they can move Connor Williams to center. That's his original position. So you can get any guard here. I think that's where you see like a Lloyd Cushenberry possibly going.
Possibly. They might even use one of their backups. Um, I think that they could go corner. They got to fill Byron Jones. They got to fill that hole. Trayvon Diggs is still there. You get a big play guy like C.D. Lamb that kind of falls into your lap. It's kind of a steal, and now you get a guy like Trayvon Diggs, who's first round talent.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you saw what John just said, but yeah, I mean, you might get Trayvon Diggs in Buffalo. It's getting close.
Well, we're at what pick 51. Yeah,
Yeah, getting very close.
Trayvon Diggs and Tre'Davious White would be absolutely scary. Absolutely scary. Now I hope when Trayvon Diggs is, I mean when Tre'Davious White's contract is up, they'll work his magic and steal him away, just like he stole Stephon Gilmore away. Hey, as much beef that Tre'Davious and Gronk had together, you can't knock Tre'Davious. He's an amazing corner, top five in the league. Adrian Amos. Who else besides corner? Like what else can they fill? Linebackers are pretty set still. Trey might like Buffalo, but money talks. Gilmore got one of the richest contracts for a corner at the time. I wouldn't put it past Bill Belichick to do it again, especially with Gilmore only on the under contract for another season.
Mm.
I'm actually really surprised Zach Bond is there because I don't think we haven't seen a linebacker go tonight.
Did your feed cut out?
No.
Mine says we are experiencing problems with our servers. Please try again later.
No, we're still good. Are you talking about with the ESPN?
Yeah. No.
Um,
The
you,
okay, I'm back.
You never left. They're real.
Gonna keep watching.
Why are they pulling this out? Like, here we go. All right, finally, Cowboys pick.
Trayvon
Trayvon
Diggs
Diggs. Like I
to the
said,
Cowboys.
sorry, John. You wanted Antoine Winfield, he went. You wanted Trayvon Diggs, oh, he's gone. Like I said, this is another steal. Cowboys, I think right now are having one of the best drafts out of any team. They've gotten two studs, and they haven't had to do anything. They just waited.
Take another shot because his father died in 2008 of heart failure.
Jeez.
ESPN's all about death
They
nowadays.
really are, yeah.
That's all they care about. John, just say that you want the Bills to get Denzel Mims and some other players that I don't want you guys to have.
Do you think Buffalo would go after Zach Bond to replace Shaq Lawson?
It's possible.
We still got a few picks before Buffalo. Rams pick is already in. So, team needs offensive line. Could be Josh Jones. You got an aging Andrew Whitworth at 38 years old, just re-signed a contract. Could get some edge help. I don't think Buffalo. I mean, I wonder what Dallas is gonna do. I mean not Dallas. The Rams are gonna do here. I think you may need to go offensive line because Andrew Whitworth is not going to last long. Josh Jones is still a prospect. He's still a project that needs to be um, worked upon. Oh, Kingsbury is going to get a run for his money. Look at that backyard for for the Rams head coach. Does Goodell always have to give a small speech before every selection?
Does he look at his? Does he look like he's been crying?
I think that's just him being old.
Cam Akers.
They went running back?
Well, yeah, no Todd Gurley.
Why would you? J.K. Dobbins and Zach Moss are still there. Now you're going Cam Akers? I mean, he's definitely not Todd Gurley. He's a small, shifty guy. But, they've got a kind of a committee going with Malcolm Brown. They have another draft pick from last year, and now Cam Akers. So it's going to be rotational. He's probably a third down back. I mean, he's tiny. Look at him. He's like 5'9", 5'8", but he is shifty and speedy. I don't know if they because the Rams also have another pick um, at 57. So I think they could have gotten somebody more pressing here. What a shocker! The Eagles pick is in already, but it'll be about 15 minutes until they announce that one. The Eagles got Brandon Ayuk yesterday.
Yep.
You have Dallas Goedert. You have Zach Ertz. You have a solid offensive line. You don't need to work on the offense. So I'd say they're going to go More defense. You lost Malcolm Jenkins. Do you replace Malcolm Jenkins with Ashton Davis or Jeremy Chin? Do you?
Possible.
Um, all right, here we go. Eagles pick is in.
Jalen Hurts. Wow.
Wow, they must be concerned. I guess you need a backup. I I I this one. Wow. I don't think anybody really saw this coming. You thought he might go to a team that needs a quarterback, like the quarterback situation isn't solid, or to Pittsburgh, who Ben Roethlisberger is prone to injuries. I guess he's going to, and Carson Wentz is very prone to injuries too. So I guess this does make sense. Is he going to fit that style of offense? He's not a true pocket passer.
Uh, I mean, neither was Carson Wentz at first.
He was more so than Jalen Hurts has ever been. I think this is a push too for Jalen Hurts. He should not have gone above Jacob Eason. I think Eason would have been a much better fit. He's a big body like Carson Wentz. He's a natural thrower of the football. And Eason is athletic. Like, he can run around.
It's very interesting that Jalen Hurts. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't understand it. That they don't need a quarterback unless they're looking at moving on from Carson Wentz. He's not going to be like he needs a. He should get a shot in the NFL, and like you're saying that he's just going to be a career backup. I just don't buy that.
Unless they decide that when Carson's contract is up, they don't want to give him a big contract because of the injuries.
It's a possibility, for sure.
What if Carson gets hurt again? Is out for an extended period of time one more time? It's happened twice so far. Third time's the charm, right?
I guess. John, let us know who you think the Bills are taking here because there's there's a whole hell of a lot of picks.
You can get Epinesa, you can get Zach Bond, you can get Denzel Mims. I don't think you need him, but you could. Uh, Josh Jones is there. I don't think they need a tackle, but they've made the pick.
Epinesa or Bond.
I think Zach
I
Bond
mean,
would fit best.
they did add Mario Addison. The Bills did so.
I don't like that fit, Jalen Hurts to the Eagles. I don't like it at all.
I don't think I don't think Eagles fans like it.
It's kind of like the Jordan Love to the Packers situation. He's going to sit behind him forever.
Yeah.
You think Jalen Hurts could be, in the interim, used in that Taysom Hill role with his athletic abilities?
It's a possibility, but like
I think more teams want to experiment with that, and who better
but
than
here's the thing,
us
like
really
if
athletic
you
guy like.
draft a quarterback to do exactly that, they may not want to play for you. They may be like, "F this, man. I'm a quarterback. I'm not here as a utilization tool for you."
No, but the thing is, Taysom Hill is still used as a quarterback in some instances. You don't know what he's going to do. He could line up
I
as a wide receiver, become the quarterback, Philly
I
special,
understand
or
that. I'm talking about a player like Jalen Hurts who is a clear-cut quarterback. He's not going to go out on like he is not going to go out there every play and like be a receiver most of them. That's crazy.
It's been a very interesting round number two. There's been some surprising picks. I think Carson Wentz is about to go into his fourth year, so he has 2 more years left um, until they have to decide whether they want to give him a big contract or not. This gives Jalen Hurts enough time to develop under Carson Wentz, and then if they decide to move on from Carson Wentz, they have a contingency plan already in place. This it makes more sense than Jordan Love to Packers.
All right, here's
I'd
the Buffalo Bills pick.
I'd be surprised if Dobbins were to go here or any running back. I think Singletary's there for the long haul.
AJ Epinesa.
Well, I wanted the
I mean,
Patriots to get him, but now we get to face him twice a year, so
even better.
that's a solid pick. This is a guy who should have gone top 20
He should have been a
easily.
first round pick easily. So it makes sense.
Absolute steal. Fell way beyond where he should have gone. Could Now Baltimore's back on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get it. The Bills getting him trade without trading up is it's a steal, honestly. I mean, they got a really big
Well,
piece
Ryan,
for
I don't think there
for
was
that package. Yeah, there
any
was no doubt.
no doubt.
It goes
Yeah.
Bills, it goes Bills, then Dolphins, then Jets, then Patriots right now.
Well, it's like Jets then Patriots, kind of like right next to each other.
Well,
But
yeah, Jets and Patriots are a lot closer than the first two are.
yeah, they're just showing off Epinesa's multi-sport abilities. He was a discus thrower, and then he was
Basketball
a
player.
center in high school.
He plays that four technique on the end, and it's very interesting. Just him beating Austin Jackson is kind of funny.
He is great at knowing how to, where hands are going to be. Look at him. Is that
He
Jedrick Wills?
uses his hands a lot.
No, that's Texas A&M.
That was Minnesota. This is him against Rutgers. I mean, that's not much. That's a
No,
JV high school team.
honestly. This is Penn State.
Penn State. Oh my God.
He just bulldozed him. I don't know who 53 was, but he's a
He
mammoth.
won't get drafted. That's for damn sure.
Look, it's just so natural. Everything comes natural to him. He knows exactly where to place his hands, where to swat, and then he grabs and goes. He can split gaps easily, get around tackles. The
All right,
AFC,
the Ravens are on the clock right now, and I mean, again, I go back to the fact that Marshall Yanda isn't there anymore, and I think that that's a huge issue for them.
yeah, I think they should definitely go address that issue. Um, to me, the only real standout interior lineman is Lloyd Cushenberry. They could go Tyler Biadasz, but he's probably more of a center.
I mean, a center can play guard. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be a downgrade no matter who they choose, because Yanda was, I mean, a generational talent at guard. So
Yeah, and you still want to get the best available. They have guard as their smallest need. I don't agree at all.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, I don't agree with that. They say that defensive tackle and then edge, then wide receiver, then guard slash center. I think that's all messed up because like I don't think they don't utilize the receivers that like they should. That because they're obviously a run first team. I don't think they need more receivers than they currently have.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle and edge. I mean, they just got Calais Campbell and Derek Wolfe. What what else do you want on that defensive line? I really don't understand.
Well, yeah, Calais Campbell, I even think is going to kick inside and play a lot more D tackle than he's used to.
But that's what I'm saying. So
Because you have Matt Judon and Derek Wolfe. Derek Wolfe is not a defensive tackle.
No, he's an end.
He's too small.
He's a hand in the ground end.
Yeah. He's like an Epinesa.
I mean, they could go Bond here. I mean, to see Bond at 55
With Patrick Queen? Why are you doubling up at linebacker?
Patrick Queen's an inside linebacker.
But still, why are you doubling up at linebacker in the first 2 rounds when you have other holes?
They do have holes, but you think about
I know
55, they didn't expect somebody like Bond to be there, and the fact that he is, you don't want to, like, just because it's not a need doesn't mean that you can't take somebody who like is an absolute upgrade from what you currently have.
I you can fill. I still think there's players that they can get in the later rounds that are improvements upon their linebacker situation from last year. They don't need to get the best of the best linebackers. They were pretty close at beating the Titans last year, and then having Kansas City go to them for the AFC Championship game. They've already improved with Patrick Queen on that defense. You've kept Matt Judon, who's your sack leader from last year. You've retained your big corners, your big
Raven. Well, I already know who the Ravens took.
Who'd they take?
J.K. Dobbins.
Really?
Mhm.
Where'd you see that?
Albert Breer tweeted it out.
Now, just to let you know, yesterday, before Miami traded their pick to the Packers, everybody was reporting that they drafted DeAndre Swift. So I just wanna let's just make sure that it is J.K. Dobbins before we talk about it further, because I don't want there to be any mishaps.
It's fine. I'm just telling you.
That's the one bad thing about this. The draft this way is that things get leaked a lot more than they should. So it is J.K. Dobbins. Okay. Now you have Mark Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, and Lamar Jackson. Oh boy. Gus Edwards. I'm sorry. I forgot about Gus Edwards. Jeez.
They're really just hammering that run.
Wow. And who did they get earlier? They got Did they had a pick earlier tonight, right? Or is that their first? Is that their first selection tonight?
Yeah, I think they traded out.
I might be getting them confused with somebody else, but okay. Well, good old Miami is now back on the clock and pick is already in.
Of course it is.
J.K. Dobbins. I mean, the good thing is you can only have so many running backs out there at one time, right?
Yeah, with their 3 tight ends that they're gonna have.
Well, they got 2 tight ends.
Oh my God.
They've got Nick Boyle and Mark Andrews.
I'm gonna stop watching Twitter because I already know who the Dolphins chose.
Yeah, let's
Yeah, I'm not.
let's not spoil it. Yeah, I think that's a huge issue right now with the way things are set up. It's kind of like the NFL honors. They tape the NFL honors ahead of time. Well, they announce the winners ahead of time, and so everybody knows hours before the event starts who wins. It's like, so what's the point of watching? You know.
Hmm.
Beeflo looks extremely happy,
Yeah, well, he should be.
extremely happy, and he made a move as if they're going running back. Well, no, they got DeAndre Swift, right? No, who they got Jonathan Taylor? Who'd they get? I'm losing my mind. Who'd they draft earlier? Miami got
Uh,
Robert Hunt, the guard.
Detroit went to Detroit got DeAndre Swift, Robert Hunt.
Yeah, Robert Hunt. So I'm guessing they'd go running back here. If they, I'd say Zach Moss.
I'm not
Zach.
gonna say anything.
If I had to guess, I'd say Zach Moss. You're shaking your head. All right, Zach Vaughn. Is it the B-flow side of the ball? The defensive? Um, Ashton Davis. Jeremy Chin.
Nope.
Neville
We're about to
Gallimore.
find out, so it doesn't matter.
Who is it? All right, Miami selects. Raekwon Davis. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. This
Look, he's
man
my
is a mammoth. 6'6", 310 pounds. He is the next DeForest Buckner. Now you put him next to Christian Wilkins. Oh my God. Oh, the Jets and Patriots and Bills. Watch out. Oh my God. He is an incredible athlete. Jeez. That's why B-Flow looks so happy. Oh my God.
I mean, yeah, he's super excited for everything that's about
Yeah,
to
Raekwon Davis
unfold.
is a first round talent. What hurt him is he was involved in a shooting where he got, I think, shot in the leg, but then played like the next, a couple days later. But because he was involved in the shooting, his draft stock plummeted. I think
Two
he
offensive linemen, a quarterback, a cornerback, and a top defensive tackle.
absolutely crazy.
B-Flow looks very happy.
Jeez. The Rams are back on the clock at 57 now. I mean, me and you both had Raekwon Davis going in the first round because we know how good he is and where he really should have gone. Because he looks everything the part of DeForest Buckner, and I expect him to play that way in Miami, especially in a B-flow run defense where they're extremely aggressive. So the Rams earlier went with Cam Akers. They got another running back to help offset Malcolm Brown, their third down guy. Uh, their new third down guy, Cam Akers. I don't think you need to. Denzel Mims is still on that board,
Yeah, the Jets could end up trading back and
dude.
get Denzel Mims.
They could have traded back 11 spots. Minnesota's not taking Denzel Mims. They got Justin Jefferson yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that somebody trades up.
The Jets trade back again.
I
I
think
would expect that
that would be
from.
the last thing we would hear from Kyle Lipkin.
I don't expect the Rams to go wide receiver. I think they have more issues. So Josh Jones is still on the board. I'm telling there are going to be a lot of people that could have gone in the first round that are going to be in the third round.
I have a feeling the Rams could go wide receiver here.
Up to this point, we've only seen 2 trades, which is pretty surprising. I thought we'd see a lot more activity.
Leonard Floyd. I forgot the Rams picked him up.
Yeah, in a 1 year, $11 million deal. Overpaid him. He hasn't done anything in the last few years. He thrived in a stacked defense, on a stacked defense.
I'm saying the Rams go receiver here.
Yeah. Um, they lost Corey Littleton, inside linebacker. I don't think you're gonna get somebody to at this spot to replace inside linebacker. Maybe I'll go Zach Moss. Not Zach Moss. Zach Bond. You lost Dante Fowler. Could get another edge guy. Still waiting for those new LA Rams jerseys to come out too. They're the last of the seven teams. I wonder what those are going to look like. They're not going to be better than the Chargers though.
Jacob Eason.
They're not drafting a quarterback. Jake Fromm. I just don't like Jake Fromm at all. Could they go tight end? Hmm. They have two decent tight ends. Nothing special. Why is Les Snead's son wearing shorts from the 70s?
He's not.
He's not?
No, I think they're cut.
Okay, why is he dressing like he's from the 70s? Must be nice to be in all that warm weather. Alright, let's hear it. Rams pick is in. Van Jeff. Well, you were right. They went wide receiver. Van Jefferson.
It's interesting to me that Denzel Mims is dropping, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah. I don't think he'll go past the Jets, though. I really don't think he'll go past the Jets. I don't think he fit the scheme, though, with the Rams. Because you don't want... They want to fill the void that Brandon Cooks left, right? You want a smaller guy with the speed. He's exactly that. He ran a sub 4.4. He's got, he'll fill that spot. Robert Woods and who's the other wide receiver for the Cooper Kupp. Thank you. They're gonna handle the outside. So now you stick Van Jefferson in the slot. You've now replaced Brandon Cooks.
Wait, what? Vikings pick is in.
I'm sure picks in the third round are already in. We're just waiting for them to be called. I'm excited for fantasy football this year. There's gonna be a lot of rookies available late in the draft. Doing your homework for fantasy this year is gonna be crucial. But
Cam Akers and Van Jefferson for the Rams so far. it's an interesting.
And if you really want to look
Choice.
at it, they kind of got Jalen Ramsey in the first round.
True.
What did they get for Marcus Peters? Was it a fourth or a fifth?
I don't remember that.
I know they got a
I'd
linebacker
have to look it up.
as part of that trade, but it's crucial to have your fantasy football magazines. Yeah, Ryan, man, you got to make sure you buy up all those magazines. All right, here we go. Vikings pick is in.
Actually, don't know this one. Ezra Cleveland
Well, yeah. So,
over
Bill.
Josh Jones though.
So yeah. Well, okay. So Brian O'Neill, I don't know what's going on with him in the front office, or if he just doesn't want to be with the Vikings organization any longer, or what's going on there. Maybe they don't want to pay him, but he's doesn't seem like he'll be there too much longer, and so you need to get a replacement at right tackle. Ezra Cleveland, he's extremely technically sound. You can stick him in there really easily. He'll for the time being he'll get to sit back and learn the offense. Uh,
So Tom Pelissero is currently reporting that because the Vikings took Ezra Cleveland with 58, they are no longer speaking with the Redskins on a Trent Williams trade, which was the number one team that was talking to the Redskins. So Minnesota had extensive discussions. They never pulled the trigger on a deal. They wanted to see who they could draft, and they got a guy that they wanted instead. So
well,
interesting.
it, I mean, Kyle, let us know what you. I know you want Mims. Is there anybody else here you think the Jets would go after?
Cole Kmet said in an interview after he got drafted, Bears fans want a winner. I know that because I am one.
Well, we know his level of IQ.
Nobody has broken the Jets pick yet. Well, the Jets pick isn't even in, so
That's true. There's a minute and 20 seconds left. Are the are the Jets
oh
going to be the team to miss out on their selection?
no, their pick is in.
Stop looking at Twitter. Do you know their draft pick?
Yeah.
Should I just pull up Twitter and turn off ESPN? Should I just follow Twitter?
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute ESPN. I'm just gonna have Twitter pulled up. It's just easier that way.
I'll pull up Twitter. Who are you looking at?
Kyle, do you want me to tell you who it is? Yes, you'll be happy with the pick. Do you want me to tell you who it is?
Oh, okay. I already saw it.
Okay, I won't say it.
Who are you looking at? Let me just follow.
There's like 8 people that have posted it. Rich Samini said it.
Oh, he's there.
Incarcerated Bob said it.
I'm not trusting that guy.
Dov Kleiman said it. I mean, a lot of
I'll
people
trust
on
some
Twitter said it.
Samini's their beat reporter, so I'll trust him. Alright. I'll get him ready. It doesn't seem like we're gonna be announcing this pick until we get back from a commercial.
You know what's funny? Jerry Judy broke the KJ Hamler news before it was announced.
Jerry Judy?
Yeah,
How did he know? He must have just seen it on.
I bet once Hamler got a call, he must have texted Judy.
Here. Oh, okay. Baltimore's pick. Baltimore's next. Okay. That's why I was thinking Baltimore already picked. They just their picks are uh, later. So we're rounding out the second round. We got Baltimore left, Tennessee, Green Bay, Kansas City, and Seahawks. Do you think Green Bay will go with Jacob Eason? I think it could happen.
Mel's best wide receivers available are Denzel Mims, Devin Duvernay, Antonio Gibson, Brian Edwards, and Lynn Bowden Jr.
Then Bowden plays every offensive position, every skill position. Yes, they really know how to draw out this draft.
There's the mountain.
Look at Joe Douglas's laser beams. He's just
Adam Gase,
what'd I say?
Joe Douglas.
Oh man.
It's been a day, fellas. It's been a day.
Oh, we've been going for almost 3 hours so far. So, and we're in the first round. The second round. We're not even in the third round yet.
I'm ready for a nap. Oh, I gotta
You mean bed?
no a nap.
Here we go. Finally, Jets pick is in. Oh my God, Goodell, hurry this up. You're really drawing this out.
Denzel Mims,
Yay!
New York Jets.
There we go. Denzel Mims. You got your guy. I don't know how he fell this far.
I honestly, listen, the Jets got an absolute
He
fucking
looks
steal.
he looks pissed.
I would be pissed too. It's the Jets.
I love that.
Who wants to go there?
He's from Dangerfield, Texas. That's an awesome hometown. I'm from Dangerfield. Yeah,
Adam Gase looking for tacos.
yeah, you have the.
The Patriots are looking to trade back up into the second round.
They did.
Uh,
They did. We
they
just
did.
got the Baltimore pick.
Ravens trade pick to the Patriots.
Zach Bond. Let's go.
Yeah, I think this is Zach Bond here. Wait, did you see that or?
No. No, should I even look at Twitter?
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. I'm literally just clicking Twitter at this point.
I hope we didn't give up 7. I hope the Patriots didn't give up 71. They probably did, but
No, not 71. I just saw it. I'm a little. I don't know.
I haven't seen anything confirmed yet.
Bill's still not even at the table.
What you doing there with Linda, huh?
There it is. We gave up 71 and 98 for 60 and 129.
Is this really the guy the Patriots get?
Yeah.
Did the Patriots just trade up for this guy?
They did.
Are you sure? I don't even know how to pronounce his name.
Let's hear how Goodell butchers it.
The Patriots select Bobby Boucher.
I mean, he's in Mel Kiper's top 10 available, so.
John Uche.
Josh Uche.
Josh Uche.
Oh, look who his agent is.
Rosenhaus.
Yep, standing right behind him.
I can't believe he's even there. That's who Rosenhaus decided to go to. That I wonder if that's Rosenhaus's house.
He didn't start a game until his senior year. Perfect pick from the Patriots.
What are his measurables? I really don't know anything about this guy.
Hang on.
They traded up for this guy.
He's 6'1", 245.
So he's a little bit shorter. Is he? He's got to be speedy. He's an edge guy.
He does.
He's got a quick first step.
Oh wow, he's fast.
He's got a quick first step.
Ooh.
He gets off.
He's strong.
He got off pretty well.
He can stand up too. And coverage. That's why.
Is he the next Kyle Van Noy? Look at that.
He's fast.
That closing speed. Oh my god.
This kid is fast, man. And
he just pushed him back.
The strength and speed combination is unreal.
They drafted the new Nigerian nightmare. Look out, Chris.
Kyle Duggar from a D2 school and Josh Uche, who didn't start a game till his senior year at college. Excellent. Can't wait to see who else we grab. So we gave up 71 and
look at that catch by Bill.
98.
Look at that. Did you see that one-hand catch? Is he about to toss the football to his dog?
No.
He faked him out.
He doesn't fumble. It's a running household. He doesn't believe in quarterbacks.
It's all running.
New England loves its Michigan men. Chase Winovich in round 3 last year. Josh Uche in round 2 this year. It's true. Bill Belichick, the GM, was as good as Bill Belichick. The Pats would have like 15.
Now the Patriots brought in a draft expert almost with Wolf, right? The Elliot Wolf.
Yeah.
What has he been doing? What's his use so far? Wow, Zach Bond is still on the board. I can't believe they gave up 71.
He's a Teddy Bruschi type profile when Bruschi was coming out of Arizona. That's who his comp was from Mike Reese.
Oh, that's aggressive. I don't know if you can really say he's that
60
good.
60 and 129 for 71 and 98.
Oh, they got 129. So now they have 3/4.
Yeah, so we moved 2/3
for a 2 and a 4. So now the Patriots have 2 threes and 3/4. No, 3/4.
I thought it was 4/4.
No, we only had 2. Because we gave ours to the Ravens for Jermaine Illuminor.
Right.
and then the Patriots got one for um, what was it? Yesterday.
Oh, wow.
What?
The Titans got a steal.
Okay. Mike, you gotta stop. Like, you have an issue.
No, I don't.
You really do. Just watch.
No, I don't have to stop, is what I'm saying.
Who they draft?
Christian
I
Fulton.
forgot. I forgot about him. He kind of, you know, well, yeah, that's a good pick. Replace Logan Ryan.
So the Patriots traded up to take Uche because the Packers were going to take him with their next pick.
Why would the Packers take another linebacker?
I don't know.
How do you know that Green Bay was going to take him?
It's just apparently there is a lot of uh, let's see.
At least they,
Packers talked at length at the combine about his great visits that he's had with the team.
there's probably going to be a lot of wide receivers that go in the third round.
A lot. There's nothing behind Vrabel tonight.
He might have gotten in trouble. No one's pooping? You mean no one's pooping? Yeah, that's a great pick. Again, more first round talent that has dropped at at the tail end of the second round. It's a great spot. There's a perfect hole for him to fill.
Logan Ryan being a free agent. No, did he sign? He signed.
No, he didn't. No,
He's
he's
still a
still
free
a
agent?
free agent. Yep.
So Jadeveon Clowney and Logan Ryan are still free agents.
And Everson
Which is
Griffin.
crazy. And Everson Griffin. Although Everson Griffin's old, so
Still good. You can't take age into account. He's still producing.
another one. Take another shot.
Jeez. April 6th. This was just a few weeks ago.
It was because of coronavirus.
Oh, the Packers added Rick Wagner. Oh, so he'll replace Bulaga.
Yeah.
And they replaced Martinez with Christian Kirksey.
Who's on the clock right now?
The Packers.
Well, you don't have to update the ticker anymore.
Why?
That's it.
What do you mean that's it?
Unless you deleted everything
What do you mean?
after Fulton.
Uh,
Because it just shows Fulton and then goes to 33.
uh, stupid ticker.
It's so weird that it has a limit.
I don't make it. I just great reaction skills from Christian Fulton. He plays tight coverage.
No, Fulton was
A stud.
honestly like as much of a steal as like Epinesa and Denzel Mims have been. Like he's right up there with one of like they got a first round talent in the back end of the second round.
There's still another one there. Zach Bond. He's like one of the last ones that was potential first round pick.
Zach Bond.
No, we still have a bunch of safeties too that are Ashton Davis, Jeremy Chin. Uh, Now we're gonna start dipping into like Julian Aquara at the end. We've got an influx of wide receivers about to be taken one after another.
Hang on.
All right, Packers pick is in.
A.J. Dillon.
What? They have Jamal Williams and the other one. I'm blanking again. They already have a two-headed monster. Now you add AJ Dillon, who's an absolute beast at Boston College.
Aaron Jones, Jamal Williams.
Aaron Jones, yeah, and now AJ Dillon. That's
Three-headed monster. To
crazy.
go with their dual quarterback system.
The thing is, this isn't really another weapon for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, you got him Chase Claypool, but it's not. Wow.
Game ticker. All right, where do the Chiefs go?
They've got to go in interior line probably. I
You
Josh
don't
Jones.
think they go Bond?
Josh Jones is still here.
They could go Bond and replace Ragland.
Bond, Jones, Cushenberry. Man, there's so much talent still there. Oh, hello?
A lot of players have gone um, that weren't expected to go, which is why there's still a lot of talent there. It's a little concerning that Josh Jones is still on the board. Like, what has gone awry that him and Zach Bond are still there?
Maybe people put him in the lower echelon of tackles. Neville Gallimore's still there. He was somebody that had a chance to go in the first round, but probably should have gone in the second round so far. They could use a defensive tackle.
So the next Patriots pick is 87.
Yeah. So they've
87, 100. Wait, what?
87 and 100.
Oh, yeah, and then 125, 129, and 139 for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them package those threes and move up again.
Well, they need to
Not
get
together.
it. They have to get a tight end. You need to get like Adam Trotman or Alberto.
I'd like to see Alberto. I wouldn't mind Trotman either.
You could. I know Thad Moss is probably gonna go either round 6 or 7, possibly even go undrafted.
You know I like him. No, we are not streaming tomorrow, Ryan, unfortunately.
No,
We need a break like everyone else.
they're starting at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Uh,
I plan on being asleep still.
it's gonna go for like 8 hours. Brett
Pro
Veach.
Football Focus is best available players so far. Like as of right now, Josh Jones, Jordan Elliott, Curtis Weaver, Julian Aquara, Ashton Davis, Natane Muti, Willie Gay,
Yeah.
Jonah Jackson, Zach Bond, and Justin Metabuki.
Well, up to this point, we've only seen one interior offensive lineman go, Cesar Ruiz, to the Saints, who don't even need an interior offensive lineman. He's going to be the backup until Larry Warford is either a free agent next season or they can trade him away before the trade deadline. Yeah, so New Orleans didn't have a second round pick. Which team has had the worst draft so far? In my book, I think still the Raiders have had the worst draft so far. They reached for Ruggs and then they got Damone Arnett, who was
David
that
Arnett.
Damon Arnett, who was the seventh or eighth best corner in the draft, they could have gotten pretty much anybody that wasn't named C.J. Henderson or Jeff Okuda.
How about the Packers? Jordan Love and A.J. Dillon.
Yeah, again, doesn't make any sense. You have maximum 5 years on your rookie deal if you're drafted in the first round. So Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers has 4 more years on his contract. By the time Aaron Rodgers is a free agent, Jordan Love is in that fifth year of his contract if they accept that fifth year option, which they're going to have to. And then that's a 1 year prove it. After that, they have to decide whether they want to pay him or not.
Just so everybody knows, the Seahawks have traded with the Panthers for the 64th pick.
All right, Kansas City's selection is in, so let's hear who they got. Let's round out this.
It's an interesting pick. Willie Gay.
I like Willie Gay a lot. Underrated guy from Mississippi State. He's big. He's
He was
a bruiser.
suspended 8 games by the NCAA for academic violation.
Yeah, it has
He
nothing to do with.
injured Mississippi State Garrett Schrader in a practice fight before the Music City Bowl. I mean, he's had a couple. He's had a couple off-field issues.
Sort of. I don't really count that academic issue. All it did was hurt him from stacking his, adding more to his stats. But Willie Gay was a leader for Mississippi State for, I think it was 3 years. He's going to be a great addition.
In GPA, that's for sure.
When you're NFL bound, I don't think it really matters. This guy, he's a huge improvement to everybody they have in Kansas City. Okay, so the 49ers didn't have a second round selection.
No.
Kansas City got.
So the Seahawks
Really
get 69 and 148, and the Panthers got 64.
Okay. So Seattle, again, Lloyd Cushenberry is there. Tyler Biadasz is there. Josh Jones is there. You've got to help your quarterback.
Wait, you're talking about the Panthers?
Wow. They traded out, didn't they?
I just said that.
Yeah. Is this the Panthers' first selection of the second round? I don't think they've drafted so far. They got Derek Brown yesterday, the Panthers. I don't think they made a second round selection.
I don't believe so.
So, Panthers. Oh, they got Yetur Gross-Matos. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks, John. I completely glanced
That was
over that.
early on. That was what, 38?
30, 38, yeah. So, they got an edge guy. They got a defensive tackle. You lost Trey Turner. Do you want to? You could again replace him with Lloyd Cushenberry or Tyler Biadasz. did they make their selection?
Yeah, a while ago. I've been looking. I'm not saying anything anymore.
Who was the most surprising picks of the second round? Was it Josh
Josh.
Uche?
No. I think it was Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts? That was a pretty surprising one. What about Darrell Taylor to Seattle, the defensive end?
There, like, okay. You said Josh Uche at first. It was a surprising pick, but it was a need, right?
Yeah,
You look at the Eagles, you look at the Seahawks, you look at the Packers. They're not addressing needs, and like if you're a fan of these teams, you have to be seething at the like. You must be so angry because they're not doing anything to address the needs to be able to compete now. And like the Packers, they're in a window where they can compete. The Seahawks are in a window where they can compete. I don't understand what these teams are doing.
right.
13 wide receivers in the first 2 rounds. That's the most ever.
Oh, it's gonna get even worse next round. It's gonna get a lot worse. I'm gonna say there's gonna be 7 or 8 wide receivers in the third round.
I like the Panthers pick. Oh, it hasn't been announced yet. Oops, sorry.
All right, Panthers pick is in. So last last one of the round two.
Jeremy Chin.
Jeremy Chin, put him next to Trey Boston. That's gonna be nice. Wow, that's a nice selection. I like that.
He's 6'3", 221.
Yeah, his physical traits are nearly identical to Isaiah Simmons.
He is fast.
He ran a 4.46.
Yeah, but his football speed. He looks like he runs faster than that on the football field.
He is a little bit inconsistent. He's still a little bit raw, but all the physical traits are there, so they could teach him a lot.
He did play some corner.
Look at that aggressiveness getting up there. He'll be able to keep up with any
Ryan,
tight
this
end.
isn't baseball, damn it.
What is his war? All right, on to round three. Here we go. Bengals pick is already in. So they got Burrow and T. Higgins, right?
Yep.
Do you get him a tight end? Adam Trotman.
I'm not actually seeing anything, so I don't know if any.
Oh, maybe they stopped leaking information.
Nope, I got it already.
Here we go. All right, Bengals pick.
Logan Wilson.
All right, chill. I didn't even see it.
Oh, I heard it before. If I hear it, I'll say it.
Well, since you're cheating and looking at the internet, I'll let you know when I see it. Logan Wilson, linebacker, inside linebacker. It's
I
in.
saw father, and I was like, oh, I'll take another shot. Oh, he just wrestled at Dickinson State.
Interesting pick. So Logan Wilson, I know he's interior, but again, went ahead of Zach Bond.
What is
What's going? Well, Josh Jones and Zach Bond. There must be something against these guys.
I'm gonna see if I can find anything that like. I think it's because of his like he doesn't have the size and he gets stuck with longer armed offensive tackles. But still, he shouldn't have fallen this far.
Are we talking about Josh
Vaughn.
Jones? Vaughn. But he's also a coverage linebacker. He's a hard hitter
Well,
in the run
his
game.
pro comp was Kyle Van Noy. He's 6'2", 238. He's
All right, Redskins pick is in. Here we go. Redskins select
Antonio Gibson.
wide receiver. Okay. They got Terry McLaurin last year. They got Steve Sims last year. Now you add Antonio Gibson.
Antonio Gibson's a wide receiver, running back. He's a do-it-all type guy.
He's going to be a pure wide receiver for them because they are at least four deep at running back.
No, but they can use him in certain packages, like even a Wildcat package.
But
where,
look
he
at
could line up behind the line.
But we saw what Steve Sims did against the Patriots. That's exactly what he did. He ran those end arounds because he has that elite speed.
Yeah, for sure.
Now you add two of them, I guess, and the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, Antonio Gibson is a great pick.
Very shifty guy. That's the first receiver. So Lions are on the clock. Um, who? Let me pull up who they got. Jeff Okuda obviously in the first round. Then they got DeAndre Swift last round.
War is wait.
Jackson
No,
was.
what do you mean war is a thing now?
I think he's joking.
No, I get that, but like, I just don't understand it. I like Julian Aquara too, the outside linebacker from Notre Dame. I think like again I didn't expect him this late to be here, so it's interesting that he's still here. Neville Gallimore, another one I didn't expect to be here this late.
Mm-hmm. It almost is worth just. It's almost worth just sitting back with the picks you have and not moving up. Best player left on the board? It's tough. You could either say Zach Bond or Josh Jones, depending how you look at it.
Teddy Bruschi responded to the Mike Reese tweet. He said 14 sacks my senior year, 52 career, but welcome to New England, kid, with a laughing, crying face.
If I had to say the best available, I'd say Zach Bond. He's gonna be a great. He's gonna.
He's the best available.
Well, you could say Josh Jones.
For the Lions?
No, no. Ryan asked best player left on the board.
Oh. I thought you meant for the Lions. I was like,
I don't know exactly where the Lions are gonna go. They could still defensive tackle. They could use a defensive tackle. Neville Gallimore.
Worst.
Worst available. Michael would probably fit that.
Wow. I didn't know I was draft eligible. Feel honored. At least I was eligible.
I'm pretty sure anybody can declare for the draft.
What? The Jets aren't even on the clock.
Who are you talking to?
Myself.
The Jets. So, New England gave this pick to Baltimore, right?
Anyone?
I'm trying to remember all the trades that happened. 71 and 9.
Oh, the Jets are after Detroit. I don't know who Detroit chose, but I think I have an idea of who the Jets chose. That's so weird.
Wait, where are the Jets?
Right after Detroit. This
That
is
was a
the
trade
first
with
of
the Giants. That's right.
this is the
So,
first of
uh,
3 picks for the Jets this round.
this is the one of the picks they got from the Giants for
Leonard
um,
Williams.
Leonard Williams. The other one is coming next year as part of since he signed his franchise tag. Their defensive coordinator, I've never heard of. Derry
Who's?
Undlin for the Lions. Never heard of him. It's still Matt Patricia's defense.
Hang on. The pick is in.
All right, here we go.
Julian Aquara. Okay. That's cool.
He's an edge guy. He'll help. I mean, he's not he's not.
Romeo Aquara is also a Lion. That's his brother. So they're gonna have a reunion on the team.
Okay.
Born in London, raised in Lagos, Nigeria. Jets pick is in.
Aquara is great. He's just
It's because he broke his leg.
yeah. He's not going to help in pass coverage. He's an edge rusher.
No, no, he's an absolute edge rusher. But I think he's really, really athletic.
Yeah.
6'4", 250.
Is his brother still on the team?
Yeah, so Romeo Aquara was he spent his first year in the league with the Giants and then went to the Lions, and now he's a Lion.
Yeah, I remember Romeo Aquara with the Giants. He's a good player. He's a good player.
But yeah, they're gonna play next to each other because
And
Julian's an outside linebacker that rushes, and Romeo's a defensive end, hand in the ground type.
I'm sure having him there definitely played a part. Hold up. Okay, Jets pick is in. Let's see what life they're about to ruin.
Ashton Davis, safety.
Oh my God. Put him next to Jamal Adams?
No, but here's the
Jeez.
thing.
I
This may be Jamal Adams' replacement.
I don't think so. I love this
I
kid.
think so.
He is so intelligent. He's one of the more intelligent players in this draft, right behind Kenneth Murray. Extremely articulate. He knows the ins and outs of football, everything about it.
He's a little smaller though, right?
6'1".
Yeah.
Look at him. He 110 hurdles, Pac-12 champion.
110 hurdles.
110 meter hurdles. Wow. That's an awesome pick.
Yeah, I want to know what Lipkin has to think about Ashton Davis possibly being the takeover for Jamal Adams because Adams is in the final year of his contract. So
I think he's staying. I don't think he's going anywhere. The knock on Ashton Davis is his injuries. That's what's held him back from being a higher pick. This dude recognizes plays instantly. He reminds me so much of Eric Weddle, a faster Eric Weddle. He hits extremely hard. He's a he's a bruiser, and he is going to fit perfectly next to Jamal Adams. So now Carolina's. Uh, oh, this was traded with Seattle. Okay.
So as of right now, we have Julian and Romeo Aquara with the Lions, Jason and Devin McCourty with the Patriots, Shaquille and Shaquem Griffin with the Seahawks, and Trey and Terrell Edmonds with the Steelers.
Oh, don't forget the Watt brothers, T.J. Watt and Derek Watt.
That's right.
Seahawks select
Damian Lewis.
guard. So this is the second interior lineman taken, and it's not Lloyd
But,
Cushenberry.
but it's the first. Well, and it's an LSU guard too, no less.
Yeah, right. Wow. At least the Seahawks finally got some help for their quarterback, right? That's
But he's
all
a
we're.
run blocker. That's the problem.
Well, they know that Russell's going to be on the run still, so go get him.
So Cushenberry's still available. Josh Jones still available. Zach Bond's still available.
What's
Those
his
are your top three, I would say, right now.
What's his name? Damian Lewis.
Yeah. Damian. He was 69.
Yeah, he was. Jordan Brooks, Daryl Taylor, and now Damian Lewis. This is the most unconventional draft. I think now the Raiders still have back-to-back picks, 80 and 81. They could,
Hmm?
if they go get a guy like Zach Bond at 80, they could fix their draft. They could bump themselves ahead of the Seahawks, so they aren't there with the worst draft. Oh, wow. Donovan
Eagles. So
oh Miami. Yeah.
Howie Roseman was asked about the selection of Jalen Hurts with Carson Wentz entrenched at quarterback. He said, "quote We want to be a quarterback factory." I don't know if he actually thought that through, but that's not a good thing.
No, that's what a college is. That's not what an NFL team is. You don't want to pump out quarterbacks. You want to retain quarterbacks.
I'm Howie Roseman is much smarter than that.
Where do you think that the Dolphins go here?
Um,
Could they go wide receiver?
it's
Devin Duvernay's there. Lynn Bowden is there. Left tackle.
possible.
Could they get Josh Jones? Solidify this offensive line?
No, with Robert Hunt and Austin Jackson.
And then you have Ted Karras and Eric Flowers, who you got in free agency. Complete
But
rebuild.
but they also have the what's his name?
Who?
Uh, they have a tackle already. Uh, Julian Davenport.
Okay, so I think you need to go get to a weapon.
Uh,
Is there another Alabama guy available? They got Raekwon Davis and Tua.
There actually is. I mean, if they want, it depends on who they want. Zach Bond, Josh Jones, Justin Matabuki, Zach Moss, and Adam Troutman are the best available for Mel Kiper right now.
Interesting. All right, I saw who they picked. Okay. I think
I saw, yeah.
they realized that
I don't like it.
no, they could have waited because they missed out on the early bunch.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks, Kyle. I do my best. You know, if you didn't know, I thought of the ticker all on my own. I had no help in making it. No one even told me to do it. I just did it. Ryan can back that story up too. He was there when I thought of it. No sound effects, but we're 3.5 hours into this thing. Miami's about to make their selection. Here we go. All right, Brandon Jones, safety out of Texas. Interesting. So we're kind of we're kind of starting the second influx of safeties. We had we just saw the tail end of the first group go with Ashton Davis and Jeremy Chin, and now we've got Brandon Jones. The Dolphins realized that they missed out on the first bunch, and now they're kind of trying to play catch up. I'm not a big fan of that. They could have gone elsewhere, but uh, they're filling a need. They lost Rashad Jones. They released him because the dude can't stay healthy at all. I don't think he's played a full season in the last 4 years. So I think it was time to move on, even though he is a really good safety. You have to cut ties if you can't rely on the guy. And now you're getting a young buck in there who's going to be able to step in right away, learn Brian Flores' system, and he looks speedy. He can get sideline to sideline. I don't know his measurables, but I'm sure Brian Flores is going to be able to teach him anything. He's got great size. He on field he looks like he's as tall as anybody else on the field. So I like this. They've been pretty consistent. They've gone um, three offense and three defense. And I can't really fault them. I think they're having one of the
The
strongest
Ravens pick is
drafts.
in.
All right, the commish has to sit down, tired of standing.
Justin Matabuki,
Matabuke,
the
yeah,
the D tackle out of A&M.
it's a great pick. They missed out on the defensive tackle from the Rams.
They missed out on Raekwon Davis.
Yeah, I don't know if they were going for that, but Matabuke, he fills a hole, a huge hole. They struggled in the run game last year, stopping the run game. So now they're going.
Ironic.
This is I know, right? You're strong on offense, but you can't stop it on defense. So this I like this fit. Um, yeah, he'll be a star. He'll probably be a day one starter, depending on what packages they have, because they do have Calais Campbell, Matt Judon, and Derek Wolfe. So that's their 3-4. That's their line in the 3-4 package. But in the 4-3, he'll probably be the guy who steps in. It's a solid guy. He was second round talent, fallen in the third round. Again, continuing to fall. Josh Jones and Zach Bond still there.
Let's see what the Cardinals did. Josh Jones to the
Arizona Cardinals. Wow. It took long enough. So he goes from one Cardinal to the next. Right? I'm pretty sure he was from Louisville. Oh no, he's from Houston. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so but finally, this guy should have gone so much further up on the board. He fell far enough. This might be one of the biggest steals of the
I mean,
draft.
that and like he's protecting one of the best offenses that you can find out there right now. Kyler Murray, you got Larry Fitzgerald and obviously DeAndre Hopkins at wide receiver. Um, they found their niche with Kenyon Drake at running back. I mean, he's he's a very good tackle, and he's going to protect the blind side, and he's also a dynamic run blocker as well. I think there's a lot of upside for Josh Jones. I'm very surprised he went all the way to 72, but nonetheless, I mean,
We all know who
he's
the
right.
next one has to be though. Zach Bond. He's the last of the first
Well,
rounders.
Jacksonville is
Oof.
next, and I can't imagine that they would take Zach Bond here.
Cleveland could though.
Cleveland absolutely could, but that would
That
probably
would
get them
replace
rid of
that.
the Clowney.
Sort of. That would replace Christian Kirksey.
That is the
As
Cliff
a
Kingsbury's place is like the nicest.
I'm scared to do
Walk.
anything. Yeah.
Have spaghetti.
Well, the Pats don't have. Oh, the Pats do have pick 87, right? Yeah. I think
Yeah, they do.
Adam Trotman's there. He's the second best tight end in this draft. I think you have to go there, or you can hold off and get Albert O. I think they really should draft two tight ends in probably one today and one tomorrow. And we all know how the Patriots work. They wait for the most of these players to go undrafted, and then they scoop up like 15 of them. I mean, that's how the Patriots got J.C. Jackson, undrafted free agent.
Yeah,
Jacoby Myers, I think he went undrafted too.
he did. The Browns traded 74 and 244,
74.
and the Saints to the Saints, and the Saints traded 88 and next year third.
Wow. Cleveland's been making moves. So has Baltimore. And Cleveland also has 97. So they have 88 and 97.
Yes, but they don't have 74.
Trade away all picks. They have balls. Yeah, it seems to be a common trend between you guys waiting for the Patriots to just have an entire round to draft players. I feel like if Bill Belichick had all the picks in one round, he would trade every single one of them. He might hold on to the last pick of the round, but that's about it.
This is true. Dov Kleiman makes sure to write. Let's not forget, in addition to Isaiah Simmons and Josh Jones, the Cardinals got DeAndre Hopkins out of this draft.
For a second round pick.
Right.
Tony Baselli.
Yeah, he's talking because he had COVID.
Uh, Jaguars got Tyler Eifert, so I don't really think tight end is a big need. Um, Jacob Eason's still on the board. If he falls to the Patriots at 100, I think that might be a spot they could take him. But the Patriots also have other needs. They need a defensive tackle because they lost Danny Shelton, and they were thin at that position to begin with last year. That's why the Patriots lost to the Titans. There was nobody to stop the run game. They had three defensive tackles. Only one of them was fit to stop the run, and now he's in Detroit. Jacob Eason. Bill was like, "Try me. Just take all my picks, and I'll just get everybody undrafted who I want." Because I know none of them are gonna have any drama issues. Not gonna be drama queens.
AJ Epinez's first collegiate sack was against uh, Josh Allen, the quarterback for the Bills, and they tweeted out, "And we're glad it won't happen again."
Now they still have Cleveland at 74. Did that trade actually go through?
Yes, it just hasn't been updated at ESPN yet.
Could the Jaguars take a quarterback here, Eason or Fromm?
Possibly, I doubt it though.
I doubt it too. I think there's other picks to be made for them. I still think they need to get a running back. If you are truly looking at getting rid of Leonard Fournette, or at least not signing him back after this year, AJ Dillon is still there. I think. So. Oh, or is he?
Oh, there's another trade. Oh,
He might have been taken. There's still running backs there.
Hang on.
Here we go.
Devon Hamilton,
The defensive tackle. Okay. This is kind of a reach for Devon Hamilton. Because you still have Neville Gallimore there. So I don't know why you're. This is a guy who probably should have gone the end of third or fourth round.
There was another trade that just happened. The Colts traded 75 and 197 to the Lions for 85, 149, and 182.
Okay. To the Lions.
Yes.
And they get.
So.
You said 80 now. 85.
85, 149, and 182.
Okay. Saints pick is in. Maybe they could go possibly tight end. They could, or Zach Bond. They need a linebacker. They lost AJ Klein. AJ Klein.
The Saints? You talking about?
Yeah, I believe AJ Klein.
They're making the pick right now.
You're a little ahead of me, I think.
Do you want? Okay,
Nope.
I won't say anything.
No, I don't see. They're. Oh, here we go. Okay.
'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know. Okay. 'Cause I don't know
Damn it. Zach Bond to the Saints, yeah. I'm not surprised. This is a position they need to fill. Getting him here? Are you kidding me? Like, are you actually kidding me? This is crazy. How did this guy fall this far?
I mean, he was a quarterback in high school.
Who wasn't a quarterback in high school?
Me.
Are you sure?
No.
Wow. Yeah.
Barn.
It's like when Patriots had Antonio Brown, they spelled his name Antonio. Um, who did the Jacksonville draft again?
That's so far away.
It was the defense
Cold?
Davon Hamilton.
Yeah. I was like, gotta back up a little bit. Zach Bond.
Yeah, I know that.
I love Zach Bond. I'm just very surprised he lasted to the third round.
Yeah, that.
He was a first round talent.
I think that concludes
There are some
the.
medical concerns Mel Kiper's going through right now. Yeah, I think that's why he dropped, because they had a lot of medical concerns about him.
Jeez. I think one of the next big names for me is Neville Gallimore.
Yeah, Neville Gallimore's a big one. The Lions are on the clock right now. It'd be interesting to see what they can. I mean, they traded up here, so
Right,
they have
because
somebody in mind.
they got Julian Aquara. Um,
I mean, they could go with Gallimore.
no, possibly. They have Danny Shelton.
It's a good pick.
One sec. I'll have to refresh after this because Jonah Jackson. Okay, so yeah, improving that offensive line, you've got to keep Matt Stafford healthy.
Well, and also, I mean, they have that 1-2 punch now at running back. So he's a really good run uh, lineman. He gets a lot. He gets a quick punch at the line of scrimmage.
It's the first Rutgers guy taken too. Oh well, it was Ohio State.
Sort of. He's Ohio State.
Still waiting for the first Rutgers guy to go. If we ever see one.
Just wait till the Patriots pick next.
I thought Devin Duvernay was going to be the first Texas guy gone. Brandon Jones. I don't know much about him, but I'm waiting for the pickup in wide receivers. I feel like
They're talking about the Patriots possibly looking at Jordan Elliott, Curtis Weaver, Netane Muti, or Tyler Johnson.
I don't know who Tyler Johnson is, but Buccaneers pick
from Minnesota.
Buccaneers pick is in.
Yeah. Did you refresh?
No, let me do that. What is he doing? Is that M&M's?
Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back from Vanderbilt.
Wow, this is not the guy that I thought that they would be getting I know they have Rashad Jones, but
What?
the Buccaneers.
Rashad Jones?
Who's their running back?
Ronald Jones.
Ronald Jones. That's pretty close.
Rashad Jones is safety.
Hey, it's close enough, man.
Close enough for government work, right? We have 30 more picks to go.
Deshaun Vaughn. Interesting. That's interesting. I still think there's a chance that the Buccaneers trade for Leonard Fournette. I'm slowly going through my whiskey, but it's a long night.
He's a pass catching running back. He'll be the security blanket for Brady. Ronald Jones is more of a pure pass rusher. Pure rusher.
Yeah, but it's health issues that you got to worry about with him because they don't really have a backup to him. Um, hmm. So the Broncos. Let's see. Uh, they need a corner. I think they lost Calvin Harris. Chris Harris. I'm not sure who's available still, or who the best available is at corner. Maybe they would go defensive tackle too. Oh, Zach Moss is still there. Why didn't they go with Zach Moss? I know PFF had him graded as the best running back in the draft. Interesting. The first kicker probably going to be Roberto Blankenship, but
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Rodrigo, very interesting name. I'm pretty sure there's only one team that needs a kicker. That's the Patriots. But I believe there's two or three kickers in the draft and two punters. here we go. Broncos pick is in.
Michael Ojemudia from Iowa.
It is a corner.
It's a
Is
corner. It's not the corner I thought they'd go with, but
He's just under 6'1", 200 pounds.
from Iowa. He plays very off the receiver.
Yeah, it just seems like he's in the right area. He looks like more of a safety than a
It's because of
corner.
how far look at how far he's playing off.
Yeah, but you know who does that? Marcus Peters. He plays 15 yards off and then just jumps routes. So if you have really good vision and instincts, then that could work to your advantage. You bait the quarterback. Yeah, it looks like he'll work more in a zone scheme. Man to man, he's playing 10 yards off. He he can. Wow, I'm not. This looks like a guy who is clearly day three, like a fifth, sixth rounder. Tight ends are really taking a beating so far. We're finally approaching the Rams back to back picks. I mean the Raiders back to back picks. The Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know if Kyle's still around, but the Jets are about to be back up at 79. Um,
The Falcons made their selection.
Hold on. I haven't seen it yet. Matt Hennessy. Interesting. So, I mean, I guess um, Alex Mack is an aging center. Go get somebody who can replace him, learn under him, possibly play some guard in the interim, but then come back and shift over once Alex Mack decides to retire. So I think this is more of a contingency plan uh, for the when Alex Mack decides to retire. I don't see him as a day one starter or filling a big need for them.
Matt Hennessy's brother is the long snapper for the Jets. So, there's a rumor right now that the Jaguars are trying to move up, and they're offering Fournette as a piece to move up.
Well, the Jets don't need him. They have Bell. The Raiders don't need him. They have Josh Jacobs. After that, we've got Dallas, Zeke. Denver has two running backs. Again, the Rams. Indianapolis just drafted a running back, Jonathan Taylor, with Marlon Mack and Naeem Hines. Buffalo, maybe, to pair with Devin Singletary, but that's 86.
Or New England at 87. Those would be the only two that make sense right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Cleveland. I could see Cleveland just being like, yeah, why not? Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, Leonard Fournette, why not? Why not?
Leonard Fournette and Devin Singletary in Buffalo would be just an embarrassment, and I'm sure John would absolutely love it. But I just think that there's I don't know if it's do the Bills need to move out of that spot, or should they take somebody there or is Fournette worth it? I don't even know who this guy is.
Well, is it the Jets pick?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I won't even see it for a while, but I wonder if I can speed up in any way. I mean, it is the Jets. Honestly, they've done a pretty good job so far.
I mean, who's the biggest? The biggest. I think they go drafted running back, not a running back at the end of his deal. That's creating a fuss. Buffalo's big on personality with this one. Yeah, I mean, it'd be very tough. I mean, Leonard Fournette, his production has waned, especially since 2017. I mean, you really haven't seen the same. 2018 he fell off. Last year he was pretty quiet.
What are you talking about? He had 1,700 yards last season, over 1,000 rushing.
Yeah, but the problem is that was it.
What do you mean that was it? 1,700 yards?
They didn't mean anything.
All the running backs from the Patriots didn't even combine for 1,700 yards.
He didn't have 1,700 rushing yards.
He had 1,700 total yards from scrimmage.
Total yards. I was like, there's no way he had 1,700.
No, he had like 1,100 yards rushing, and then 500 or 600 yards from in the pass game.
Didn't matter. That's the problem.
Who cares? He still produced. Just because the team isn't doing well doesn't mean players don't do well. Yannick Ngakoue still performed. Josh Allen still performed. Miles Jack still performed. Just because the games don't mean anything doesn't mean what they do is it doesn't mean anything. Like, of course it means something. All right, Jets pick. Let's see who this guy could possibly be that you don't know. I don't even know what their needs are anymore.
Jabari Zuniga.
Okay, I have no idea. I have no idea. From Florida. All right.
He missed 7 games last year with an ankle sprain.
We get back-to-back picks from the Rams. I mean, hey, could the Rams pair?
Raiders.
I keep saying that. Jeez. Could the Raiders pair Josh Jones with Leonard Fournette?
What?
What?
I'm reading something. I mean, the Jets have had a pretty good draft so far. Becton, Mims, Ashton Davis, and Jabari Zuniga.
Yeah, I mean they've addressed a lot of their holes. All right, Raiders' first pick is in.
Yep.
Man, that stadium looks awesome. I don't see any parking though. Maybe that's what they're working on.
That's what's being built on the side there.
Yeah. All the same people are there for day 2 in Gruden's house.
They're all wearing the same thing.
Who's that mini mite? Is that his son?
Yeah.
Looks like their strength and conditioning coach.
Might be.
Watch Raiders go quarterback.
I want. I don't know.
Um, who did Baltimore take earlier? Justin Matabuke. Matabuke. All right, Las Vegas Raiders pick is in.
Yep.
Don't say it.
Confusing.
Lynn Bowden. Okay.
Lynn Bowden, running back, Kentucky.
Running back. He's a wide receiver.
That's what Goodell just said.
Did he say running back?
Yes.
I mean, he's a running back, wide receiver, quarterback. He's played every possession at Kentucky. I mean, now Lynn Bowden is. I don't even know where he fits because he's a smaller guy. He's just under
They already
5'11".
have Henry Ruggs.
Right. I guess because Henry Ruggs is taller, he'd be on the outside.
Two speedsters, just one smaller. Like at that point, they should have just tried to grab Hamler.
This is surprisingly only the second wide receiver taken this round.
Nobody knows what to call him. Damn Graziano. Raiders took a guy who played quarterback last year. Ian Rappaport. The Raiders spent another prime pick on a running back. Nobody knows what he is.
Yeah, and then ESPN lists him as a wide receiver.
Around the NFL, the Las Vegas Raiders select running back / wide receiver Lynn Bowden. Holy hell.
What?
It's bad.
Yeah, I think that's why he played running back. He'd be a nice offset to Josh Jacobs. And, John Gruden has already said they want to become, have an even stronger run game than last year.
Well,
I mean, they started to break Josh Jacobs because their run game was so heavy. Lynn Bowden, I like Lynn Bowden a lot. His versatility is very appealing.
yes. I don't know what the Raiders are doing right now. Mariota, Nelson Aguilar, Jason Witten, Malik Collins, Demarius Randall. Those are all their additions.
Corey Littleton and Nick Kwiatkowski.
Yeah.
You missed kind of the two biggest ones.
I ran out of time.
Oh.
What the fuck are the Raiders doing?
Hey, Raiders, second pick is in.
Uh-huh. That's why I'm saying that.
Is it a quarterback? Brian Edwards, another wide receiver. What? What?
It's an absolute...
Devin Duvernay is still there. I said more wide receivers. Now, they must consider Lynn Bowden a running back then. That's what I think.
I think they consider him both.
How big is Brian Edwards? This guy has to be bigger, right?
He's a big dude. He's 6'2", 6'3", 212.
Yeah. What school is this?
South Carolina. Oh, yeah, he's a physical guy. Not a lot of separation, though.
No, you're not going to get that. Wow. That was a tough ball to catch. You're not going to get kind of like...
He looks like... You know who he looks like? He looks like...
Brandon LaFell.
Harry.
It looks like Brandon LaFell.
He looks like N'Keal Harry.
No.
This is the same... I'm pretty sure they just changed the uniform on the video.
I know how much you hate N'Keal Harry,
Yeah, I'm not a
but
fan of.
you don't understand how good N'Keal Harry is. You're just a hater.
It's because he hasn't shown me anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. He had 12 snaps last year?
That's his fault.
No, it's not. It's because he got the Foxborough flu.
Yeah, don't get sick.
What's this guy's name?
Wash your
Brandon
hands.
Edwards?
Brian Edwards.
Brian Edwards?
Yeah, 3 receivers in a corner.
Cowboys pick is in. I'd say they have to go defensive tackle, right? Neville Gallimore would make a lot of sense.
Gallimore would be a big pick here.
It would fit where Malik Collins left off.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Las Vegas Raiders will be back up in a couple picks.
Neville Gallimore to the Cowboys.
We pretty much called it. We obviously we knew CeeDee Lamb.
He's gonna play right next to Gerald McCoy, which is even crazy because he looks like him.
Dude, they had Gerald McCoy, Dontari Poe, and him. Plus, DeMarcus Lawrence. They didn't really address Robert Quinn's hole.
Yes, they did. They got what's his name back. Oh my God, the guy. What the hell's his name?
Oh, you're talking about
No,
Alden Smith.
Alden Smith. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Alden Smith has been out of the NFL for 4 or 5 years. I don't know if he'll return as the same player. That would be hard, extremely hard. We've seen players that have been out of the NFL for 1 year and have a trouble coming back. Yeah.
All right.
I think this was just a case of taking the best player available. Cowboys are shaping up to have one of the strongest drafts.
CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, and Neville Gallimore.
That's
1, 2, and 3.
crazy. And they haven't made a single move. They've stayed pat.
Two Oklahoma, two University of Oklahoma, 1 Alabama. Just look at him. He looks like Gerald McCoy, like in his face.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Wow. Crazy. So upcoming we have Denver, the Rams, the actual Rams, the Colts,
Colts, the Bills, and the Patriots.
Denver.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind trading that pick if it's Leonard Fournette. I doubt that would happen.
It's not going to happen. I don't even think Leonard Fournette's going to get traded.
They're trying to move him. It just depends on what they're asking for.
But why are you going to give a third round pick? Is a high. It's a lot to give up for a player who you're going to have to pay in 1 year, and you're not going to want to pay.
Can we give them Sony Michel at the same time?
Who will be the Raiders' quarterback? It's going to be Derek Carr. Marcus Mariota is not going to be the starter.
Well, looks like I'll be watching more Cowboy games this year.
Oh, even with these draft selections, they're still going to be 8-8.
Stop that right now.
They're not. They're not getting past the Redskins.
Say the Redskins. We have to worry about the 2 quarterback system in Philadelphia before the Redskins.
Man, it's hmm. Lloyd Cushenberry is still available.
It's crazy to me that he's not even on Mel Kiper's top 10 best available.
Yeah, I don't know why. Michael P. Ryan. I wonder if that's
We're
brothers.
sure he's still available, right?
Yeah, there's only been I think two inside linebackers taken.
Check. Yeah, he has not been chosen. His pro comparison was Corey Linsley.
I mean, Lindsley was either he was rounds 3 through 5. I can't remember which one, but he was a middle of the pack guy. But you never know until you fully develop the player. These are the guys that haven't fully developed yet that you think you'll be able to develop into big name players.
You don't have to tell me. I understand that.
I'm just saying. Jordan Elliott's a guy that I'm looking out for. I really like him. He
Wow.
Devin Duvernay, Jacob Eason.
I
Here
know
we
who the Broncos got.
okay, Broncos pick. Lloyd Lloyd Cushenberry.
Just like, are you serious?
Lloyd Cushenberry,
They
great
have him
pick.
at center.
Yeah, he can play center or guard. He's a big guy. Wow, it's about time this guy got drafted.
It's all about Drew Lock right now. Protection, weapons, everything. Like,
What are their other Denver's other moves so far? They've gotten Jerry Judy,
and Hamler.
KJ Hamler.
And didn't they got an offensive lineman?
Yeah, Lloyd Cushenberry.
No, besides him. I don't think that was their third pick. I thought it was their fourth. I could be wrong.
Um, I have round two right here. KJ Hamler.
I have it. Judy Hamler.
That's it.
Michael Ojemudia, the corner from Iowa.
Oh, that was 77. Yep. Oh, Damian Lewis. Oh, they're going through the LSU
That was LSU guys that have gone so far.
today. Yeah, a lot of LSU players that are going to be drafted this year. Now, do we expect LSU to be as good next year? Who's taking over for Joe Burrow?
I have no idea. Sean McVay's backyard is pretty nice as well.
Yeah, it has that precise grass at the
With that tiled backyard.
the yeah. See, that's just it's not
Rams pick
practical.
is in. Hang on. Oh, I like it.
Terrell Lewis,
Yeah.
Alabama. Yeah, Terrell Lewis. He was a
Defensive
leader.
backer from Alabama.
He was a leader for Alabama for a few years, and um, there was something with him, right? I don't know if he had injuries. There was something that kind of dropped his stock off, but
Yeah, I mean he wasn't overly He had a lot of injuries. Yeah, he's 6'5", 260.
So that's a big guy. It's just like
He's a he's an O line,
so it's
like a
like
D line.
yeah, he's quick. He's more of an edge guy. He's not even like he's more of a D end, I guess.
Yeah, he's not gonna play a lot of coverage.
There's him and yeah.
Yeah,
He sits low when he's standing up. He's really bent over. Plays with.
he's
Yeah.
he's quick. He's just
He'll help fill that void with Devontae. Not Devontae.
who will be the Raiders quarterback? That's actually a good question. It's right now it's a competition between Derek Carr and Marcus
Marcus.
Mariota.
Yeah.
I think as a, as I understand it, Mike Mayock is absolutely in love with Mariota, so I would assume that he'll get the preference right now. But I mean, nobody like Gruden and Mayock both don't like Derek Carr very much. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets moved at some point um, before the trade deadline, and he's not even a starter. Colts pick. Julian Blackman, safety from Utah for the Colts.
Okay. Put him next to Malik Hooker.
He's small, 5'11", 187.
Yeah, but this will allow Hooker to move over because he's been playing a lot of free safety. He's a bigger guy, so he
Yeah,
can.
he's got to play strong safety. This is a free safety.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
small.
He's small, but he looks like
Zach Moss for Buffalo here. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
if you put Zach Moss and Devin Singletary together,
I wouldn't be surprised if they go running back.
come on. Wow, he has speed. Wow.
Yeah, he did have a torn ACL, so
What's his name's Julian Blackman.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. A lot of these players are they seem to have injury histories that have made them drop, but they're extremely talented. Adam Trotman's there.
He is.
He's not going to be selected by the Bills.
Nope.
I think the Patriots need to consider going tight end. Steven Montez, Jake Fromm, James Morgan. For all we know, Bill's thinking, hey, I got a Hall of Famer out of a sixth rounder. Why not try to do it with an undrafted guy? Could they? Could the Bills draft a backup to Josh Allen?
I already know who they drafted. Patriots are on the clock.
Do not tell me.
I have no idea.
Sean McDermott, interesting. Interesting house.
Buffalo Bills selection.
Yep. All right, let's see who they get. Zach Moss, you called it.
John called it.
Wow, that is gonna be
His
scary.
cousin is Santana Moss and Sonoris Moss.
Jeez.
Both played at Miami.
Can I just plug Adam Trotman in now? Zach Moss, wow. It's a great pick. I can't believe he's fallen this far, too.
Who? Trotman? Or
Yeah.
Moss?
No, Trotman.
Zach Moss is a huge pickup for the Bills. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. He's a little bit small, just over 5'9", but he
Yeah,
is.
Singletary small too.
Yeah, he's 5'10". But he's a bruiser, Zach Moss.
Singletary's a finesse guy.
Yeah, yeah. He has a very hard running style, Zach Moss. He likes to run through you. He drops that shoulder. Well, I'm only gonna guess that it's Adam Trotman by that, or Jacob Eason, but I don't want to know.
You don't even know what that was for. You think it, and you know what it's for.
Well, it says the Patriots on the clock. Doesn't say they pick his in, or they traded it for Leonard Fournette. I don't know. Oh, the pick is in, so it's not Fournette.
It's not Fournette.
I'm pretty.
It is somebody that I pegged early on for somebody I wanted.
It better not be Alberto. I'll be pissed if Adam Trotman's there and we went after Alberto.
Thad Moss.
Thad Moss is not even gonna get drafted. Hey, it's Bill Belichick. He looks like he just woke up.
Yeah.
He had his afternoon nap.
Robert Kraft just woke up too.
Why does he look like he's in the Hamptons and in the Cape too? He he might be in the Hamptons. He might be in the Hamptons. Does
So happy. Can they just announce it already? Damn it.
the Patriots select Justin Herbert? What? All right, here we go. Do not say it. You're ahead of me. All right. Sit. Oh, of course, you gotta sit down.
Let's go!
Anthony Jennings.
Let's go! I love Anthony Jennings.
I was just looking at him earlier. He looked okay to me. He looked okay.
Dude. Yeah. This kid.
He has an injury history. Shocker. What linebacker doesn't have an injury history? But 8 sacks last year.
That's as an outside linebacker.
What's he gonna play? D end?
No, outside linebacker.
Is he an edge guy or is he an outside linebacker?
He's not too much of coverage.
Now, what does this do for...
He's gonna be like a Kyle Van Noy type.
Well, Van Noy can do everything. He can play coverage, he can play in the run game, he can pass rush.
Yeah, Jennings can too.
He's got strong hands. His one hand took down Kyler Murray.
3 picks, 3 defensive players. I like it.
Well, that's where the holes are.
Alabama is now tied with LSU for the most in college for players drafted this year.
What's Kraft's son's name again?
Robert?
No, what's his son's name?
Oh, Jonathan.
Jonathan. Jonathan's like always next to him. Thanks, Ryan.
To make sure he doesn't just wind up in a fucking, pump and dump shop.
Jonathan or Robert.
Robert. He needs to make sure
What
his
if
father keeps his willy in his pants.
what if he can't keep his willy in his pants? Oh, Browns are on the clock. Oh, Browns have traded their pick for Leonard Fournette. I'm just waiting for it. When does Jacksonville doesn't have a pick tonight. Okay.
No, they're trying to get back in. We have two.
Does Tampa Bay have a pick?
We have one more, right?
101. Oh, 100, sorry.
No, Jets are at 101.
We're 100. Oh, they
Giants are 99, we're 100, and Jets are at 101. That's
Jet,
kind of funny.
Jets are at 101.
Jets are 101, we're
When did
100, Giants 99.
when did they trade with Seattle? Browns pick is in. I'm gonna guess Browns are gonna draft Devin Duvernay. I think
I
that
have no idea so far.
I think they're gonna go with Duvernay.
I have no idea.
Andrew Barry, Kevin Stefanski, Alex Van Pelt is their OC, Joe Woods is their DC.
I mean, the Bills' offense right now looks like Josh Allen, Zach Moss, and Singletary. Their wide receivers are Stephon Diggs, John Brown, Cole Beasley, and their tight end is Dawson Knox. It's a really good lineup.
Hmm. The Browns just don't have many holes. I don't know what they're gonna do with their picks. They have these are luxury. These are luxury picks.
O-line, D-line.
Oh, D line, they're stacked. Adrian Claiborne's like their seventh defensive lineman.
Linebacker. They did lose Schobert.
They lost Schobert. They could use an interior lineman. That's like their only hole though. Maybe another corner. I think Devin Duvernay is definitely a play here. I would say maybe Eason as a backup, but they've Case Keenum, so that's out of it. Who's making the calls? Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Barry? I know Stefanski's on the phone, but
You mean to the players?
yeah, probably the head coach, right?
Barry announces the selection, and then he transfers them over to the coach. Interesting. Okay.
Jedrick Wills and Grant Delpit so far. I mean, they've had their success, 100%. That's a strong 1-2 to start the draft. I don't know how some of these teams got so lucky with these offensive linemen falling so far. Yeah, Allen should definitely progress. Like, I mean, Josh Allen made a huge, uh, there was a lot of progress made from year one to year two, and I think you add a guy like Diggs and now Zach Moss. There's like you said, there's no reason for him to not make the same, take another step from year two to year three. If he doesn't, then maybe he's not your future.
Interesting selection.
Taking a while for the up. We're finally getting this Browns pick.
Yeah. He's drunk.
Why is he always talking? Oh my. Okay. I don't
Talking
know.
about COVID-19 relief.
Again?
Yes.
Jeez. Jordan Elliott. I like that a lot. I don't. I mean, it's not a need position with, but
He's
you
6'4", 300 pounds.
they took. I'm pretty sure they just took the best available.
That's what you do when you don't have a need.
Right. This guy. He's gonna. He's huge. He's just a bully. Yeah.
Him and Myles Garrett next to each other are going to be tough.
Yeah. He's a big guy. Big guy.
Vikings pick is in. Yeah. Zach Cox of Nesson said Goodell sounds gassed. He's not wrong.
Uh, well, I'm sure that he's talking to the fans and like in between. So
I
uh,
don't actually know who that is.
for who?
Vikings.
I don't know where the Vikings are gonna go here.
I mean, the position makes sense. It's just I don't know who the player is.
Here we go. Viking selection is in. Cameron Dantzler. Yep, I've heard of Dantzler.
I don't know him.
Mississippi State. He's
He's a
six
little
two.
small.
6'2".
Yeah, but he's less than 100, less than 200 pounds.
I don't care about the weight. He's big. Now, I mean, the Vikings like their big defensive backs. They had Jaron Curse, who was 6'4" a couple of years ago. Then they have Harrison Smith, who's 6'3". Makes sense to add a guy like
Xavier
this.
Rhodes.
Xavier Rhodes was 5'11".
What?
Xavier Rhodes is 5'11".
There's no way.
Maybe 6 foot.
He's 6'1".
They filled their. So they got Jeff Gladney, and now they got Cameron Dantzler to pair with who they drafted.
Mike Hughes.
Mike Hughes, I think they drafted 2 years ago.
The pick is in.
Billy O, he probably bought like a beanstalk bean.
Dantzler ran a 4.64 at the combine, 6'2", 188, and then he ran a 4.38 in his pro day. That's why he slipped.
Who is Billy O yelling at?
His general manager.
He's with the voices in his head.
I don't even know who this pick is. Oh,
I don't
I
think
do.
Billy O does either.
Jonathan Greenard,
I don't know who he is. Where's he from? Florida.
Florida.
Interesting.
Louisville team captain in 2018. He had a season-ending wrist injury in his first series of the season. Oh man.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. The Las Vegas Raiders are back on the board. Devin Duvernay is still there.
No, trade alert.
No, come on. Is
Raiders trade the pick
to
to the
Jacksonville?
Patriots. Patriots are now on the clock. I wonder if they're going to go get Trotman.
Trotman or Eason?
Stop it. I don't want Eason.
I like Eason. I don't.
I don't. I don't like any quarterback that's available right now. I want to know what we gave up.
Well, we gave up the 100.
We gave up 91 and 159. No, we got 91 and 159. We gave up 100, 139 and 172.
We gave up a 4 to 5 for a 6. And we traded
No,
threes.
we got 159. So, a 5.
Did we trade fives?
Yes. We moved back 20 slots.
And we gave up a fourth on top of that. Oh, Bill just got. Oh, look at those glasses. Heyo. Look at Bill. Looks all astute.
Ooh. I don't really know him.
Oh, there's Nick Casario. He's sitting back in his chair. He looks so tired. We got Asiasi.
Yeah.
We got Asiasi. Devin Asiasi.
6'3", 257.
Okay. Devin Asiasi, the third best tight end in the draft. Obviously, Bill thinks he's number 2.
Over Trotman. I mean, he's fast.
I see.
He transferred from Michigan to UCLA. That's why we took him.
Yeah, good old Michigan roots. He looks like Eric Ebron to me.
Actually, he does.
But with
He's strong.
oh, he's 256, 257. He's a little bit short though, 6'3".
Yeah.
The guy,
Isn't that
good
what
body.
Thad
He has
Moss is?
good body control. Thad Moss is 6'2". Yeah, it looks good.
I like Asiasi. I'm happy about it. I think we needed to go tight end now. It was either him or Trotman.
Well, Jared Stidham's got himself a tight end finally. Who
There's
who is that next to Robert?
His grandson. Stop climbing. Roger Goodell had enough while he's sitting back in his chair. Honestly, like, he doesn't need to read these. They can just have it come across the screen.
I don't know what they're gonna do tomorrow. I know he's not doing this tomorrow. The Ravens are on the clock? Yeah. Okay. The Ravens have this pick and so they have 92 and they have 98. The 98 was ours. So the Patriots moved up twice or three times?
Twice and moved back once.
And the Patriots started the day with four third round picks and only used one of them.
Only used one?
Did they? Oh, 87. Anthony Jennings. That's right. That is a hit. Eric DaCosta has the most hideous chair I've ever seen. It's
Sent to him from
it is key lime green.
it's a pistachio.
It is shaped in the oddest way.
It's got, like, handles at the top.
It looks like someone's grabbing it and then he's in like a salmon colored room with salmon rug.
100, 139, and 172.
139 is what we got for Gronk.
So that's gone.
Yeah.
Which is not shocking.
It was a compensatory pick.
Well, Bill never likes to, like, anytime we trade a player and get a pick, he tries to trade those picks, so, like, we can never link what we actually got for that player. What is Adam Trotman's measurables?
I think he's 6'5", 260. Maybe 250.
6'5", 255. He ran a 4.8.
I think Asiasi ran a 2.7 something. 2.72. All right, let's see. It looked like the commissioner was about to give a speech, and then he was like, "No, I'm too tired for this." Devin Duvernay to Baltimore. All right. Wow. Devin and Donovan. I don't know who Donovan Duvernay is, but hmm. I like that pick for Baltimore.
Yeah. I mean, he's a track guy. He's a speedster.
Yeah. Goes there right there with Marquise Brown. Good old University of Texas.
He had a 4.39 40.
Tennessee's on the board. They're going to go with somebody random, probably. They took Isaiah Wilson.
They could go Trotman.
They have Jonnu Smith.
Never hurt to have two tight ends. Ask Chicago.
Well, it doesn't. Seems like it doesn't do you any good to have 10 tight ends.
We don't know. We haven't seen them all out there yet.
Jeez. Jeez.
Yeah.
Christian Fulton. Yeah, that was their second round pick. Wonder how much salary cap the Patriots are saving by bundling their picks. Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, Justin Madubuike,
Matt.
and Devin Duvernay. Ravens have had a solid draft. God, stop showing this room. It's so hideous. John Harbaugh, jeez.
Arrest that man. He just high-fived someone. He did not stay 6 feet apart. He forcibly touched them. A terroristic act.
I don't know if he forcibly touched them.
Terroristic act.
Titans pick is in, so we've got the Titans, then Green Bay, Denver, Kansas City, Cleveland, and then I don't even know, 10 picks after that, 12 picks after that.
CBS. They have the picture of Billy O, like, as he's getting heated. He says, "Look, if I say trade the pick for a punter, you trade the pick for a punter." Curtis Weaver is still there.
Yeah, he is. I think if the Titans don't go Trotman here, Green Bay's going to take him right after.
Yeah.
Thanks, John, for hanging out with us. It's been fun. We're gonna continue this and round out the rest of round 3.
Yep, I'm gonna cry.
It's been a thrill ride.
I think you're running out of room on your ticker.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to delete some of it. I want to just delete the middle.
Why don't you just delete the ticker?
That's why everybody's here. So when is this Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady golf tournament happening? Keep on dancing. Ryan, I invented the ticker. I made it. I thought of it myself. I made it myself.
You thought it was a clock. Enough out of you.
What time is it? 11:20.
11:20. Yeah, I think I'm going to bed after.
I mean, we've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes.
So 5 hours.
Yeah, and we still have another 45 minutes to an hour.
And I worked today. W Omegalo RK.
Get that out of here. This is YouTube.
Dov Kleiman. Dov Kleiman posted the video of Billy O getting mad. He goes, "I think Bill O'Brien just found out the DeAndre Hopkins trade happened in real life."
Darrington Evans is still on the board. I like Darrington Evans. He's small. He's like 5'8". That's a big knock against him. But he's really shifty. Why are they showing the Jets? I don't know what's going on right now.
They're just showing a lot of people with families. Yeah, The Ravens are spending $20 million on their offense. Lamar Jackson, Mark Ingram, J.K. Dobbins, Marquise Brown, Devin Duvernay, Miles Boykin, and Nick Boyle at tight end.
Oh, positional players, not including their offensive line.
Tyrann Mathieu replied to the picture of Cliff Kingsbury's
No wonder they couldn't afford me anymore. Darrington Evans. Hey, I just talked about him. He is going to be the next Deion Lewis. That's exactly who he is.
I saw on no lie, I saw that come across my screen like 5 minutes ago. I didn't know we were still on them.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Am I that far behind?
no, I saw it on Twitter 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
You
because
know,
the pick's been in for like 10 years, and then they're
they need to stop this and just go. This is ridiculous.
I like Darrington Evans though a lot.
He's 5'10", 203 pounds.
Yeah, but he's super shifty. Green Bay, I think, is going to take Adam Trotman here. I think they're going to take Trotman here.
Makes sense. So we don't have any more picks, right?
Today, no. And
Unless we trade in.
I'm pretty sure the Patriots only have one pick tomorrow. In the fourth round tomorrow. One, one.
I can check on that.
I think we have 1-4, 1-5, possibly no fives, 4 6s, 3 6s,
I can
and
tell you in a sec. That's not what I want. Nick,
what?
we have 2 4s, 1 5, 4 6s, and a 7.
Do we still have 2 4s with the 139 gone?
Yeah, 125 and 129.
Okay. Josiah, wow, tight end Josiah DeGuara. Wow. Didn't take Adam Trotman.
Trotman's falling for a reason now.
Wow. What are his measurables? From Cincinnati. Josiah DeGuara. That doesn't sound like an NFL player.
No. He's 6'2", 242.
6'2". He's small, jeez.
Why not take Thad Moss at that point?
The injury history, the fractured foot. No one's gonna touch a tight end with a fractured foot after we saw what happened with Greg Olsen being injured the last 3 years. Josiah DeGuara. What, you want all the measurables, all of his combine stats, Ryan? I don't know if this guy was even
At the combine.
at the combine, and he definitely no one had a pro day, so
I mean, some people did.
solid draft. Jordan Love, AJ Dillon, Josiah DeGuara.
I mean, the Packers are clear losers here.
They're trying to get Aaron Rodgers to murder them all. Kingsbury looks happy too. It's like, oh, that's Matt LaFleur. They look the same.
Ryan, I'm gonna
Uh,
punch you in the throat. I'm gonna make Christine never cook for you again.
It's something with Ryans. Apparently, all Ryans are pedantic assholes.
Wow.
Jacob Eason does not look happy. I think someone might come in at the end of the third round, take him. Denver, Kansas. I've been asking for cookies for weeks.
You got cake. You don't need cookies.
Yeah, just eat more coffee cake.
Ow.
Pittsburgh has pick one of two. I could see them taking Jacob Eason. Baltimore will be the last pick of the
So
round tonight.
coffee cake has been gone for a while.
So make another. Duh.
Yo, I get my groceries tomorrow.
You're so weird.
You know how rare it is to get groceries in today's day and age?
I mean, you could just go to the store and take them off the
I'm
shelf.
not trying to get fucking Corona.
Why? No, I think you need to try and get it. That way you don't. That seems how it works.
Take Jeremy's,
Approach, yes.
just lick all the,
Doorknobs.
who? Wow. I don't even know who the Broncos took. Like, I know who it is. I
Did
just
they draft Mel Kiper? Because that's all I see. He's got a big mouth. That's you could probably throw some balls in that trap.
Ryan, you should just order some off Amazon. Have it sent to the house.
Toll House makes edible cookie dough now. You can buy in pints.
Yeah, it's made without the raw egg.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can add that to my order.
Oh, the Broncos don't even have their fans. They have their cheerleaders. Oh, they have one fan.
His feet are up.
McTelvin Agim,
Kelvin Agim.
a defensive tackle.
Yeah, from Arkansas. I almost said Arkansas. I need to go to bed.
We just hit 5 hours. McTelvin Agim. Oh, I see him sacking Stidham. That's a great sign. I think the Patriots and Broncos play this year, right?
We play the West.
Judy Hamler, Ojemudia, Lloyd Cushenberry, and McTelvin Agim. Where did Dobbins go? I don't remember.
Hey,
Swift
I
went to
know
the
that
Lions.
person.
What is with the elliptical behind him?
I didn't know they had ellipticals at SeaWorld.
He's in Kansas City and wearing a Palm Beach shirt. A beach shirt.
It's an interesting pick.
Lucas Niang. Yeah, Niang was probably supposed to go in the second round. He's fallen super far. 6'6", 315. Yeah.
Really
Jeez.
good right tackle.
That's what happened. Don't jump. Just don't jump up. You'll pay for it. He's a big guy. Yeah.
He can move too.
Swing tackle.
It's not a swing tackle. He can. He's a starter. Ooh.
I don't know if he'll be starting. Again, Chiefs. Interesting picks. Edward Hilaire, Willie Gay, now Lucas Niang. Cleveland's back on the board. I don't even know who's the best available. Adam Trotman? Could they get a third tight end for themselves?
No, because they just got
Austin Hooper.
yeah. They could go wide receiver here.
Donovan Peoples-Jones,
Not a bad choice.
6'4", wide receiver.
Malik Harrison, linebacker from Ohio State's not a bad one either. Harrison Bryant, I liked him.
Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker, LSU. Another LSU guy. 6'3", 229. That's a good size. (113 tackles last year. I wonder where the Ravens are going to go with their pick now. They got a wide receiver. Maybe get Trotman. Plug him where and use him the way they used Hayden Hurst. They could go for maybe an outside
The
linebacker.
Bears aren't picking again tonight.
Why?
Adam Trotman.
Oh my god. Don't worry. There's only been 3 tight ends taken in 3 rounds.
Yeah, the Ravens got a really good pick.
Did they get Tyler Biadasz? At this point, Biadasz is becoming a steal.
He's not even in Mel Kiper's best available.
It's because he's an inside offensive lineman. It's not. It's not always about the flashy picks, Michael.
You don't have to tell me.
NYJ Rookie of Year. What do you? I don't know what you're asking, Ryan. Are you asking who the Rookie of the Year is for the Jets? I think it'll probably be some time until we can figure out who the rookie, like who we think will be the rookies of the year. We gotta.
Check back in on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, hey, tune into our podcast. Yeah, well, that's something we'll break down during our podcast. That'll be a topic, coming up. And just like this, our podcasts have been on YouTube for the last 2 weeks now. And as always, you can find us on Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, on Spotify, iHeart, everywhere, literally everywhere.
Anchor.fm. need a bed so bad.
Look to your left.
So pretty. I know the next two picks already.
I'm on Baltimore. Pick is in. I don't
I
know.
know Baltimore and the Giants picks.
Well, thank you, king of the internet. Any good guests on the podcast? I mean, hey, if you wanna come on
I
the
don't
pod.
think we've ever had a good guest on the podcast.
Hey, Baltimore selects
He can't even read.
Malik Harrison, Ohio State. I've heard of him. I don't know anything about him. 6'2", almost 6'3", 247. All right. He's an inside linebacker, just like Patrick Queen. I don't know why you would go after.
He's honestly just like an insane athlete. At shortstop hole. Oh, nice.
Sir, do I have to ban you for 5 minutes, huh?
Report and block.
Malik Harrison.
It's not even updated. What's the point?
What should I delete? Damn you, Michael. Owings Mills, Maryland. How many birdhouses does John Harbaugh need?
Birdhouses?
Look above his door.
Oh, they're...
Gettleman took the mask off. It's a revelation.
He's gonna die. Sexist. Wow.
Alright, here we go. Giants pick.
I don't even know who that is.
No, Matt Pert. Yeah, he's a solid tackle. I mean, as solid as you can get for round 3.
UConn?
Almost 6'7", 318. A lean guy.
Can't get Becton? Take this guy.
He bullies.
He's not that strong.
No, he's definitely.
He's letting smaller guys get into his body. He needs to get stronger at the point of attack.
Well, that's why he's getting drafted at the end of the 3rd round and not the beginning of the 1st round.
It's the weight room, my guy. Oh my god. The Patriots are trading back into the 3rd round.
With who? And what are they?
I don't know.
Are they giving up their 2 3rd-round picks? Their 2 4th-round picks?
I don't know. Mike Reese is saying that they're not done yet. He said stay tuned.
Oh, okay. I don't really care what Mike Reese says. I don't believe that until it's,
No, Patriots trade up again with the Jets. And this is why you listen to me.
No, I don't listen to you.
You're an idiot.
Alright, who are the Patriots going after?
Adam Trotman, let's go, baby!
Adam Trotman.
We gave up 125, 129, and a next year 6th round pick.
Are you kidding me? This guy better be good. This is going to be the biggest bust. It's not Thad Moss. No, it's not Thad Moss.
Thad Moss. I wanted Thad Moss.
I think you've lost it.
Hall of Famer. Yes.
So we're at 101 now?
Yeah.
Who are the Raiders selecting? Tanner Muse.
Oh, yeah. He's a.
6'2",
I like him.
227.
He's a special teams guy, honestly. Like, I don't think he's gonna. He might be a rotational player.
You're not drafting special teams in third round.
I just don't think he. I don't know.
When you draft Moss, you also get Randy as a backup. Randy will be there no matter what. I can't believe. Did we get anything else from the Jets besides this?
Nope. We got 101.
There must be some guy that Bill loves. We're all gonna say who? Do not tell me.
I'm gonna break the news. It's Matt Pert.
Ah, what a great pick! He should have gone in the first round.
2019 versus 2020, Roger Goodell. It's literally him on stage versus him in his comfy chair. the Steelers are on the clock.
Usually, when you trade up, you know who you want. Bill's just going all in on the third round right now. He's like, there's nobody
I
left.
told you, I called it. John said he was going to own the 5th round. I said he's going to own the 3rd. Let's go. And they're playing my favorite song. I just got a breath of fresh air. Let's go. Woo!
Do you know who they got?
No.
Oh, don't make that sound.
Actually, I do know who they got. Interesting.
Do you even know the name?
No clue. I know who it is. I just don't know who they are.
Ryan knows. We got Caitlyn Jenner. We got a track star.
What?
That's not a good sign.
Oh. Whew.
Are you looking at the wrong person?
Yes, I was.
Such a dumbass.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Terrible?
Oh, God.
Bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Why?
Is it Tyler Biadasz? The Patriots have the oldest offense and defense.
Do they really?
Yep. Average age is 29 for each.
For our offense? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Mason. Oh, yeah, our offensive line is old.
I guess.
Then we have our backup quarterback who's about 85. He's like, I can compete for.
Oh. I'm gonna.
This year is a wash anyway.
I'm heading to bring myself to the gas chamber. I'll see you guys.
Oh my god, to the gulag showers. Oh my god.
It's bad, man. Holy hell.
You say that, and then he's gonna be a god. Is it Nate Salter all over again?
I don't know. I'll tell you this. He was projected to go in the 6th round.
Maybe Bill just doesn't want to draft anymore. He's like, I'm tired of
He's
this.
just giving up.
He's like, I don't want to do this tomorrow. I want to be out on the golf course. My tea time starts early. Why is he holding a Dolphins jersey? Oh, he's holding a jersey.
Talking to Tua.
Did we move up to get a quarterback? Is it Jacob Eason?
I wish at this point.
Is it Donovan Peoples-Jones?
I wish. I wish.
I hope.
Just know his name hasn't been on the screen once.
Damn it! I was hoping it might be Curtis Weaver. Here we go. Who the Patriots select? What is that mustache?
Best mustache in the draft.
Who? Where's he from?
Fucking fullback.
He's from Virginia Tech. Maybe you'll have to ask Steven about him. Oh, is he a run blocker?
He's a fullback.
What is going on? What about Adam Troutman or Albert O? He has no balance. Jeez.
He's a pass-catching fullback.
He looks so rugged. He's a fullback?
He's a tight end fullback hybrid.
Are those a thing?
It is now.
Ryan's drunk off his ass.
64-ounce growler and a 10.4% alcohol beer.
I just saw Bill tell Linda, I just made the worst mistake of my life.
Bill's trying to figure out what it's going to take to trade up again.
I'll give you the rest of my picks.
Tyler Biadasz. He wasn't taken. I just saw him on the screen, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Steelers pick is in. Alex Highsmith, outside linebacker.
From Charlotte.
Who the F is this Dalton Keene guy?
If Virginia Tech tight end Dalton Keene turns into the next Gronk, I'll be writing an oral history in 10 years on the Jets trade that backfired. Says Rich Samini.
Oh my god.
How many more picks are in this round?
1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4. Philly, Rams, Minnesota, Baltimore.
Baltimore. Okay. I know who Philly chose. Let's go.
Baltimore's been trading a lot tonight, so I don't expect them to make that pick. Which one of these is getting Adam Troutman, right? I feel like somebody's got to get him.
Not Philly. They have 2 great tight ends.
Rams have 2 tight ends. Minnesota has 2 tight ends. Baltimore has 2 tight ends. Cuantos más picos? 4 more picks. Who, for the Patriots? Tonight. Okay.
For Moss, it would be MAS.
Mike, he's drunk.
I don't care. There's still a definition between right and wrong.
Should I just down this the rest of this whiskey?
This is the first time in the Bill Belichick era that the Patriots have traded a future draft pick during the draft.
We have 10 next. Well, now 9. Davian Taylor, another outside linebacker. Davion Taylor. 3 more to go, boys. 3 more to go.
This year marks the first time the Patriots have selected 2 tight ends in the same draft since 2010 when they took Rob Gronkowski in round 2 and Aaron Hernandez in round 4.
I had a feeling they were going to draft 2 tight ends.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought
But
they
now
would be.
Trotman's on the board.
And Albert
They
O's on the
took
board.
Dalton Keene.
I like that one guy. He's probably going to go undrafted. I can't remember his name.
So they're drafting a murderer. Oh my god.
That's aggressive.
The Eagles draft makes no sense right now.
Davian Taylor, Jalen Hurts, Jalen Rager. They should have gone with another Jalen. Mitchell Wilcox is the guy I liked. Let's see, what's this guy? Keene, Dalton Keene. He ran a 4.71. Oh, he's 6'4". um, he didn't even have a comparison.
Who?
Dalton Keene.
I know, because there's nobody to compare him to.
I'm guessing he wasn't invited to the combine, right? Oh no, he was.
Yeah, he was.
4.71, 21 bench reps, 34-inch vertical. I mean, he's white, so that's pretty good. 125-inch broad jump. 707.
Minnesota trades the pick to the Saints. I'm surprised they're on speaking terms.
Wait, who did the Rams take?
This safety that they're talking about.
What's his name? I haven't been paying attention.
You can't ask me that now.
I can. And I did.
Terrell Burgess.
Oh, I've heard of him. He's on the board. Okay.
The Vikings trade 105 to the Saints, and the Saints give up 130, 169, 203, and 244.
4 picks? I guess they're not worth anything, but geez. Oh, Les Snead looks drunk too.
Les Snead?
Yeah, look at him.
Mickey Loomis' fucking grandchild is like.
No, that's his son.
That's not his son, you clown.
Out of everyone drafted, who has the hottest girlfriend? um, hmm. I probably Dalton Keene.
What happened?
Ryan asked, out of everyone who was drafted, who has the hottest girlfriend? I probably Dalton Keene. New Orleans is making their pick. Antoine Winfield Jr.
Wow.
Adam Trotman to go with Jared Cook.
Well, Cook isn't going to be there too much longer.
Bill Belichick's like, he was on the board? I thought we were in the 6th round. Mr. Irrelevant. Tom Flacco, Joe Flacco's brother. Mark my words, he is the next Taysom Hill.
Big shoes to fill. Mark my words.
Remember this comment. We haven't seen we saw Jalen Hurts go. That's it. We've seen 5 quarterbacks go in this draft. Well, guys, it's the last pick.
Thank the Lord.
How many safeties? I don't know, like 10, 11? Some absurd amount. And they're all taken tonight. It's more like 9 or 10. But first team AP FCS All-American. At least the Ravens pick is in. So this is almost wrapping up.
Announce it.
No. Is it Tyler Biadasz? Eric DaCosta in his ugly room. That room is beyond ugly.
I love the teal.
It's the brightest thing. It's brighter than the white lights. You see the crow picture, the crow painting on the wall? That's so
Nothing
rad.
makes sense in there. Like, not a single thing makes sense.
It's brown carpet with salmon walls and a key lime green chair.
The Vikings have 13 picks tomorrow.
Why? No one wants to pick tomorrow. That's why they're getting rid of him today.
That's why Dalton Keene went today.
Bill's like, we're going to draft you anyway. You're probably going to make the roster. Just draft you now. Patriots are saving a lot of money in cap, though. Here we go. He's at the end of his M&Ms, so it must be over. All right, Ravens pick. Tyree Phillips, offensive tackle. I don't know why they went with a tackle when they need to fill the guard position.
He's a guard.
6'5", 331. That's a big guard.
That's a guard.
That was a nice hold. He'll fit right in.
He needs to work on his footwork. He didn't get a lot of push off there.
Nice.
He needs to sit in his stance more in pass protection.
That was a nice swing.
He's quick on the swing. Picked up the right guy, too. Made the right choice to allow his running back to hit the hole. Tyree
Phillips. Interesting. All right, Bengals on the clock to start round 4. Well, we've been going for 5.5 hours.
I'm tired.
It's just past 12.
Just as a reminder, we won't be doing this again tomorrow.
Or ever. I'm joking. No, well, we'll actually probably be back for the NBA draft in June.
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
Yeah, it's quick. It's 60 picks.
It's 60 picks.
There's no comp picks.
Nobody actually cares about the back 30.
Yeah. So, we'll be back for that, and then we'll be around on Tuesdays. But for now, it's been fun. It's been real. There's been a lot of bad picks. There's been some good picks. Overall, not many teams got better. But we'll talk to you guys later, and enjoy the rest of the draft.
See ya. Get me the fuck out. Dalton Keene?